created everything, time, space, and matter. Energy is eternal. It doesn't end and it doesn't begin. It can't be created or destroyed, and it's the only thing that existed in the beginning. It's the driving force of all life. It's invisible. It's everywhere. It's in everything. We all exist of it. It exists through it and in it. It leaves the body when one dies, and it continues on after the body as it returns to the earth. And the energy returns on after the body as the body returns to the dirt as energy. This certainly sounds like the nature of a god and the soul.
No, it
Except
doesn't.
gods are individual beings. They do not contain such characteristics in their descriptions. They are advanced beings that sit on their thrones and demand worship from the subordinates
Can't
below.
wait for OZ.
That is, until the Christian God revealed himself to humanity through his book. All through Christianity, theologians have struggled and argued about the meaning that the Christian God reveals himself as a singular being, yet with his undeniable plurality. The Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, or let us make man in our image. The Old Testament God constantly referring to himself in a plural nature, yet explaining he is a singular being, hence monotheism. This is one of the biggest mocking points for atheists to latch on to. However, the creator of the universe is multiple yet singular, everywhere yet himself. How could Jesus be here yet speak to himself? How could we be one with Jesus as Jesus is one with God? What does the Bible mean, we are little gods, or what you do to others you've done to me? It appears that the physics champions of atheism, like Cross and Neil deGrasse Tyson, have been measuring the Christian God and they didn't even realize it. A few Bible verses throughout the Bible that reveals the nature of the Christian God. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, which is and which was. For through him we have access by one Spirit unto God, having neither beginning of days nor end of life. God, you have been our habitation in all generations from everlasting, in whom you are also built together for a habitation of God through the Spirit. Do not I fill heaven and earth, says the Lord? For in him we live, we move, and we have our being. For of him and through him and to him are all things. One God and Father of all, who is above all and through all and in you all. And he is before all things, and by him all things consist. For by him all things were created that are in heaven and earth, visible and invisible, whether they're thrones, dominions, principalities, or powers. All things were created by him and for him. The worlds were framed by the word of God, so the things which are seen were not made of things which do appear. Now unto the King eternal, immortal, invisible, the only wise God, there is but one God, the Father, of whom things we in him, and the Lord Jesus Christ, by whom are all things,
Not sure if I
ourselves in
agree with
him.
that.
Seeing he giveth all life, breath, and all things. And the Lord God formed the man out of dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the
Oh,
breath of life, and man became a living soul.
the preaching is exhausting.
The earth as it was, and the spirit shall return unto God who gave it. I form the light, create the darkness. He reveals the deep and secret things. He knows what is in the darkness, and the light that dwells within him.
These are
All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. God is great, we understand him not, neither can the number of his days be searched out. Great
I'm
is our
already
Lord and of
bored
great
out of my
power. His
mind.
understanding is
It's
infinite,
not
and
evidence
the
for God.
kingdom is with
No, that's not evidence for anything. It's just reading the book. That makes no
You,
sense.
you need to
consciousness
make
that he breathed.
arguments.
Yes.
Are we
But
doing a
he
Bible
takes
reading?
a shotgun approach. Yeah, we're just skipping through the Bible reading because, like, reading the Bible is not an argument.
There's a slime mold. This is a single-celled organism that baffles the biologists that study it.
No,
It's
it
able to
doesn't.
problem solve, creating the most
I feel like I should
efficient
just be reading
pathways
the Harry
possible
No,
Potter
it
book at
10
this
out
doesn't.
of
point.
10 times. It was called a biological computer, making
This is just
decisions, solving
lies.
There's no
mazes,
William Lane
no
Craig,
brain,
that's all I
no
can say.
central nervous system.
Yes.
In an experiment, the Japanese biologist laid nutrients out at major points on a Tokyo map. The slime mold replicated the Tokyo transport network.
That
What
is
took
wrong.
engineers over 100 years to perfect, this
They
slime mold
actually
did in
improved
a
it
mere day.
because they found it's
This is
actually
clear
quite
evidence.
Yes,
intelligent.
but it's because it kind of chooses the most optimal path. So again,
Yeah.
he takes evidence, reifies it, and actually reifies it wrong. So this is I'm already 10 times bored.
Energy, mass, and the speed of light. The energy is God. God
And
took
the
on the
shotgun
matter.
approach.
The
The
Spirit
shotgun
guides us
approach
through
is annoying as
situations
hell.
affecting our
Can you tell me
outcomes in the
scientific
future.
evidence
This is the equation of the
for
triune
God?
God.
Wow.
I look forward to diving in lots more of it.
Equation of the triune God. What nonsense is that?
It's undeniably true.
Oh my
Thank you.
gosh.
This is not the way to argue.
Thank you very much for that opening
for
statement. We're going to
Christianity.
kick it over to Ozian as well. Thanks for being with us, Ozian.
Comes Ozian.
The floor is yours for that 10.
All right.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Charles. Evidence of God. So I had a PowerPoint presentation set up about the inductive problem of evil, evidential problem of evil, but it doesn't seem like he gave any type of those characteristics for God. So I'm going to change it up a little bit. So you said God. Let's go into energy. So I do believe, as an atheist, that energy is eternal, that it can either be created or destroyed. I wouldn't say I know what the natural event was that started the universe into existence, but I don't have a positive belief of a singularity or anything like that. That's not the current cosmological model that we hold true. Energy doesn't have any intentionality behind it, and there's no reason for me to presuppose that there's any intentionality behind the beginning of this instantiation of the universe, even if there was a beginning, because we still don't know if our universe has a beginning. Science gives us our best understanding of it that we have today, and it's something like 14.5 billion years old as our best understanding of that. So I have no reason to presuppose that there's any intentionality behind those things. So I can falsify the Bible very quickly about 120 years old. There's evidence of humans today that are older than 120 years old. The current oldest person today is 123 years old. There's a falsification of that right now. There's been evidence of people that live to be 130 years old. Euphrates River has not dried up. This has been a claim that Christians have made lots of time. And Euphrates River is predicted to dry up by the year 2040 because of man-made global climate change. Because we live in this ark ship called the Earth, and we're not protecting the environment we live in. And I would hope that all Christians that believe that we've been given this earth to protect would come on board and understand, to prevent the Euphrates from drying up, which we don't want to happen, we should do something to prevent global warming. So there's lots of methods to falsify the Bible. The Genesis story is not literal history. Most academics, most scholars in biblical scholarship do not claim it's biblical history. As a matter of fact, there's a book called 200 Proofs of the Bible to show that the Old Testament justifies that the earth is flat and local, because local cosmology at the time was about what they understood about the nature of the world local to them. Let me know when my time's up too, because I had it prepared earlier with the problem of evil. So I don't know what your definition of God is. I will go touch on it really quickly because I did present that. I did prepare for this in the beginning. So if God is maximally powerful and God is omniscient, knows everything that's going to happen, then there are certain evils, gratuitous evils in the world that God could have prevented. There are certain natural evils in the world that God could have prevented, such as the Holocaust, where God's chosen people, suffer severely from natural evils in the camp, such as dysentery, different pathogens and stuff like that, and from the evil people that put them there. And yes, I am a moral realist. I do believe morality exists, but I believe it emerges from our biological nature, from evolution, and I don't think it's given to us by God, but that's a different story. And I do believe these type of natural evils be like a hurricane, diseases, children with cancer and stuff like that, are best explained by unguided evolution versus either a guided evolution or an unguided evolution that God existed if God is a morally perfect being. If God is not a morally perfect being, then I don't think the Christian God exists. And so I had a long presentation prepared for that, but I sort of wanted to address that because I didn't want to straw man you, because I'm not sure if you believe that God is a morally perfect being, but if you do, maybe we can talk about that during the open discussion also. And with that, I'll close my opening.
Thank you very much for that opening as well. And folks, want to let you know, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, James Coons. Very excited. I'm very thankful for our moderators. Justin and Ryan have done a tremendous job. This is my first time in like a month back. I'm excited to share. I did wrap up my program that I've been in the last 6 years, and I'm very excited about that. But I want to say huge thanks to Ryan and Justin for moderating while I was gone. They kept Modern Day Debate rolling. Speaking of Modern Day Debate, folks, if you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button. See right over here. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for future debates upcoming on this channel. And if you haven't already, maybe you're like, well, I've already hit subscribe. Like, what's the problem? Check out our podcast. All of these debates, 24 hours or within 24 hours of being live, end up on the Modern Day Debate podcast, available on fine podcast apps everywhere. With that, we're going to kick it over to the open dialogue. Thank you very much, gentlemen. The floor is all yours.
Alrighty. Thanks for that, Ozian.
So I think one of the biggest disagreement I have is you said like E equals MC squared is God, and like I don't think you have any justification for that. So we've only known that for 1915, I think, or it was it 1905 when he came out with the first paper, or 1915, whatever. I do these debates, I can't remember. But
So yeah. The point of that is, so like you said with energy, right? You said that there's no evidence to suggest there's any consciousness in it. So I gave you the example of the slime mold, right? The slime mold, all it is a cell. It has energy in it. That's it. So if the energy isn't what's displaying the consciousness, then what is it inside the cell, right?
Conscious.
They've long wondered if our energy in our brains, the electric impulse is what causes our consciousness, or if it is in fact the mechanics of the brain. This is something that they don't fully understand, right? So when you look at the slime mold that's showing intelligence and it's solving mazes, you have to ask yourself, how is it doing that without a brain and a central nervous system?
It does have a central nervous system. So I looked it up. It does respond to electrical stimuli. It does have a nervous system. So the slime mold is capable of sensing tactile, chemical, and optical stimuli and converting them to characteristic patterns of its electrical potential oscillations. The electrical responses to stimuli may propagate along protoplasmic tubes for distances exceeding tens of centimeters, as impulses in neural pathways do. So they have a neural pathway analog like we do within these slime molds. So as they've done more investigation, and it's a paper on PubMed called a would-be nervous system from a slime mold. So you don't have to have a brain to have a nervous system, like a higher functioning brain that can deliberate and make decisions like we do, to have a nervous system that responds to stimuli like slime molds do. So once again, it's like a algorithm that slime molds have evolved to have that respond to outside stimuli. It's not energy itself that has any type of consciousness.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what you're looking up here, but I'm looking it up. It does not have a central nervous system. When you listen to the biologists give their lectures, they explain it doesn't have a central nervous system. This is Science Daily. Researchers have identified how slime mold, Caesarium polyps, I can't say that word, saves memories, although it has no central nervous system. Complex single-celled organism that has no nervous system. It can learn and
to answer your question, it has nothing to do. He waffles. He literally just grabs something he doesn't understand and puts it as evidence of God.
This is my problem with like
neural.
I'm like, let's not do these arguments. Let's focus on what we're talking about. We're talking about God. We're talking about Jesus. We're talking about Christianity. Let's prove that. Slime molds are not going to get you to Christianity and Jesus. I'm sorry.
No way.
Yeah, exactly.
Respond to stimuli. It's not the electricity or the energy. What's energy? Maybe this is a better question. What to you is energy?
So according to physics, like to the
what to you is energy?
So according to physics, like to the physics, so when you look at energy at the basic level, it's the ability to do work. But when you look at it on a level of physics, it is its own entity, right? Like in the big energy,
No,
it is. If you listen to it from a physicist perspective, it is absolutely its own entity. Like in the beginning, it was just a single. It was just energy, a multitesimal dot that exploded, right? It wasn't in the beginning. It was the ability to do work. And like Einstein says, energy converts to matter, and matter converts back to energy. They're interchangeable, right?
Have to do with
dark matter, for instance. So at the basic level, energy
for instance. There's no for instance with dark matter. We don't know how dark matter works.
We don't
dark
know,
energy works at all.
Exactly,
but let's go back to this. The singularity is not part of the current cosmological model. Exactly. We don't know what that is. I'd like to share a screen if you want to see what the current cause. And I can show a screen about the slime molds. I'm reading it right here. And,
I just wanted, because we jumped, but I just wanted to, before we go into that, the slime mold. So are you suggesting that consciousness doesn't need a brain? If you're saying that the slime mold can solve problems, make decisions, solve mazes, and think and make choices, then you're saying that a brain is not necessary to make choices and have consciousness.
Like that might be
so it's like a computer program and algorithms. Plasmic tubes, that is like a program that when it experiences external stimuli, it responds to the external stimuli like any type of neural pathway would, like a program. So the idea of consciousness, like it's consciousness, a lot of people means like self-awareness. I don't think anybody's saying slime molds are self-aware. They're saying that slime molds, it responds to external stimuli.
But they're able to remember. They're able to remember things. They're able to sort out mazes. They're able to pass this information on to other pieces of the slime mold. So if you're going to say that that they're not conscious, you need to kind of explain how they're able to communicate with. So of course they're not self-aware. They don't have the parts to be self-aware, but they're communicating with other slime molds, and they're solving problems, and they're displaying a consciousness. How do you solve problems without a consciousness?
No, it's you're making the claim they have a consciousness to solve problems. Science doesn't make the claim they have a consciousness. The paper I'm reading is the slime mold makes decisions about its propagation direction based on information fusion from thousands of spatially extended protoplasmic loci, similar to a neuron collecting information from its dendritic tree. The analogy is distant yet inspiring. So it's analogous to how brains work. We speculate on whether alternative would-be nervous systems. So it could be like a brain, but it's too dissimilar from what we understand a brain is to fully understand it. So maybe it is a brain. It's just a non-neurological brain. It uses protoplasmic loci and protoplasmic tubes that act as a brain. So brains don't have to exist like we think of human brains, but energy itself, like the potential to do work, is not making decisions. It needs some type of biological thing that's responding to external stimuli. You're making the claim it is consciousness, which to me means it's self-aware, and nobody else is making that claim except you. So that would be your burden to prove that they are conscious.
Yeah, and when you read that, you made statements like they speculate somehow. They don't know, because they don't know, right? They can speculate, but that's the thing. They can speculate about all they want about this single-celled organism that's full of energy and making choices to seek out energy, right? That's what it's doing, right? It's going after its nutrients. It's making these decisions to gather the food and the nutrients to convert it to energy, right? So if you're going to argue that it's not, like, you have no basis to say it's not energy, so you have to explain how a being is displaying consciousness, right, before you can say that it's not the energy. You're eliminating the energy, but what else is left in the cell? Well, there's no central nervous system. We looked that up. There is no central nervous system.
No, there is a central nervous system, analogous system. Once again, it is called a protoplasmic loci dendritic tree with protoplasmic tubes. It's an analogous system to a central nervous system that other animals, a life form have. So yes, it has a system that responds to external stimuli. Energy is the ability to do work. You're making the claim that they are self-aware. It's not my burden to substantiate that they're self-aware, just because they could be self-aware, but it would because they have a nervous system. It's a dendritic tree, protoplasmic loci with protoplasmic tubes. Shit I've never heard of.
But that's exactly it.
So, you're claiming to be the expert on this and claiming to have consciousness.
I'm not claiming to be an expert. I'm simply displaying
the fact.
Yes, you
are, because you're saying you have a consciousness with no justification to claim they have a consciousness except your own personal feelings about
it's not a personal feeling. When something's displaying behaviors of consciousness, we have to assume that there's some sort of consciousness in that organism that's displaying that behavior, right? You can't just brush off the consciousness and say that's not consciousness. I don't like it because they said they don't know how it happens, right? The fact of the matter is, until this thing, we thought it was the brain that processes consciousness and thoughts and problem-solving skills, right? If something's displaying problem-solving skills and solving equations, this is displaying a form of consciousness as far as we understand it. We've never observed this. This is why the slime mold is so baffling to these biologists. They say somehow we don't know. They're trying to give reasons for it, but they don't fully understand how it's doing this, right? You can watch the lectures on it. They don't know what it's doing. It's their best guess. So if their best guess is that it's a protoplasma pretend central nervous system, but they've never displayed that these things can do this outside of this one organism that's doing it, right? Why are you eliminating the energy from the discussion when energy has been a topic of consciousness for a long time?
Energy is the ability to do work. That's all it is. In science and physics, this is your claim. Secondly, this is best explained by evolution. This is an evolutionary process. It is a brain. Whether you want to deny it or not, it is a type of blame. Thirdly, even under theistic evolution or naturalistic evolution, neither of these claims, theistic evolution, which you reject too, from the last debate, if I remember correctly, none of these claims justify Christianity is true. None of these claims justify that God exists. Yeah. So once again, you haven't demonstrated that energy is consciousness. Crazy. We need energy for our consciousness to function. But energy is not consciousness. It is something else. It's a different category of thing. Consciousness is an emergent property that requires energy and matter to function.
So energy, the brain is made of energy. So if to say that energy is not the brain is absolutely made of energy. Like see, this is the problem that I run into. When you watch Neil deGrasse Tyson and you watch Cross and you watch all your atheist leaders, they explain this. Neil deGrasse Tyson
is not an atheist leader. He's a science communicator and a quite bad one at that.
Atheists, they go to the ability to do work. On a physicist level, energy is far more than ability to do work. And if you look at the Big Bang itself, that displays that very easily, right? In the beginning was unstable ability to do work, right? It doesn't, energy is its own entity that makes things. Energy and mass are interchangeable, right? So the energy that's in the brain is made of energy. And then the electromagnetic pulse or the electric pulses in the brain is also energy, right? So when the electric pulses in the brain are working in the brain to conduct the consciousness, this is what the discussion has been. Is it the energy, is it the electric energy that's making the consciousness, or is it the movement of the brain? The slime mold proves it's not the components of the brain that's doing it. That's my point. Consciousness exists outside of the brain. And they didn't know this. They still say that they don't know this, but yet we have something like a slime mold that's displaying this behavior. That's my point, right?
Once again, slime mold has a brain analogy, so you're just
it doesn't have
denying
a brain.
It does. I just described that it does. So I read the paper, read it word for word. It described it as a brain analogy. You can deny it or not. Secondly, electricity is not energy. Electricity can perform work. So electricity can take matter and produce heat, thermal, and produce work and cause things to move. So the electricity running through your brain will produce heat and will produce work. And you burn that fuel. That's why you need to continually bring in oxygen and continually intake food. So you can I think it's like 30% of the energy goes to function your brain. Don't quote me, people. Somebody can send a super chat to James. I think a $20 super chat will work to tell us what percent it is for the brain. But I think it's something like that.
But so give you a chance to respond, EOG. But I also want to make sure that maybe in the next few minutes we start to cover some of the other arguments, just because we've gone very deep on this one already.
Yes, stop talking about fucking slime.
Yeah, sure.
Good
so
job, James.
The electricity is a form of energy, right? And I mean, we're stuck at this spot, I guess. From what I've read and what I've seen, this thing doesn't have a brain. I'm not sure where you're getting that. It doesn't have a central nervous system. It has nothing of the sort. And the biologists that do the lectures that I've watched, that ran the experiments, they don't seem to think it has a brain or a central nervous system or any way of doing this either. It baffles them. So to sit here and act as if it's been solved and there's some sort of pretend central nervous system, I'm not sure where that. But we can move on. That's no problem. In your opening, you said 100. No one's lived to 130, so it's 120 years. And yes, the Bible says 120, but I mean it's the 120 years, right? So in your 120s, the Euphrates River. Prior to the Euphrates River, where it says that it dries up in the Bible, the trumpet before says that it scorched the earth. The sun scorched the earth. So you're exactly right. It is climate change, and the Bible predicted that.
Just don't gish gallop. So let's talk about one thing at a time. So 122 years old. So there's nothing to stop people to live longer than 120 years old. Let's just talk about this for a moment. Could it be the case? So usually, like longevity, people could live into old age all throughout history. Usually, like most people would die young, right?
I was thinking that
like a lot of famous scientists live to be like in their 80s, even like the 1600s. Like well, I thought people only lived to be 25 years old.
Yeah.
Well, that's because a lot of people died young, right?
Yeah. Even in the Bible, I forget who's describing it. I think maybe Dave. No, I'm not sure, but he says they lived to be 70-ish. So I mean, it was pretty normal back then, even, right? So
just through basic observations of the people around you, you could see that typically no one lived to be past 120 years old.
Yes, but back then nobody ever made it to 120 years old, right? That's something that we've been able to maximize our lifespan with our modern medicine and different attributes like that. I don't think that anybody back in those days would have made it to 120 without natural medicine, modern medicines. I don't see how that's possible. It's a speculation, but I just don't see how that's possible, as every example we have of people living into their 120s has had severe interventions with modern medications, right?
I'm not sure. We don't have good records going all the way back, but it doesn't matter. My point is that it would be easy to say most people died of old age in their 80s, just like they do today, right? People typically die of old age in their 80s or 90s. The average lifespan, if people live old, is about 78 years old. So it's no stretch of the imagination. There might be a few people to live to be 105. And you could and so to me, it's not a miracle for the people in the Bible to say the maximum age would be 120 years old, because you could just look around and observe the people around you that no one was living to be that old.
Sure. I'm pointing out, I agree. People perhaps could have lived that old. I'm just pointing out that it says the Spirit of God will no longer strive with man, and the lifespan will be 120 because he is flesh. And modern scientists are saying that we're probably at our cap with 120. They don't see us going with modern medicines and advancements. They don't see us surpassing 120. It seems to be our modern atmospheric cap right now.
I don't agree with that. I think we'll go beyond eventually, but that's a different argument. We're not here for that. But
sure. Did you want to jump in? You mentioned evolution. So I know this isn't about evolution, but in the Bible, it talks a little bit about. So it says, let the waters bring forth the moving creature that hath life. So God's attributing the moving creatures, the first creatures that existed, to the water. It's the platform. Let the waters bring forth. It says, and then let the fowl multiply in the sky. So there's no transition except for merely that. So it went from the water to the sky. And then it says, let the fowl multiply in the earth. So there's a correlation of events in accordance with the kinds in Genesis that it certainly appears like perhaps there's some sort of evolution going on there, right? So if it's explaining abiogenesis, which it is, we know, well, we don't know, but they think that life originated in water, and the Bible says it did.
Nope.
And then the Bible says they went to sky and then to land, which the dinosaurs were mainly birds, right? But I just wanted to point out, Darwin himself said that if evolution was correct, we should find an abundance of transitional fossils, and we find absolutely none. I know atheists like to, because we don't find any, a lot of people, atheists or evolution believers rather, will say, oh, we're all transitional fossils, which is not what Darwin meant at all. Darwin was looking for something.
Lots of claims. Lots of claims. I just want, so we're going to talk about evolution. I just want to cover this really quick. Does evolution falsify God?
No, it wouldn't falsify God.
Then why are we talking about it?
Because evolution's in the so in accordance with this, where I'm getting at with the transitional fossils is according to the biblical narrative. If it says it's describing an abiogenesis in some form of evolution here, which would help to explain. But according to the fossil records, there's no transitional fossils, and according to the Bible, when God first created His creation, nothing died, and this is why we would find no transitional fossils between these transitions.
Well, first of all, it doesn't matter what Darwin said, because Darwin isn't the expert on evolutionary theory. Darwin is not even the first one that really came up with it. He's the first one that popularized the idea of a Darwinian evolution. Then we have like a synthesis sort of idea nowadays, but he is not the expert on evolutionary theory. So why even bring up Darwin? It becomes with transitional fossils, it's a sort of a red herring. When we're talking about
no, it has nothing.
It is a red herring.
It has nothing to do with Darwin. If you take a
then
picture
don't bring it up.
So
because
he was
Darwin
right.
Says.
He was right.
No, he was not right.
I'll tell you what. So if you
let me finish I gave you like 2 minutes to talk. Let me finish.
What?
So the reason why people bring up that we wouldn't expect to like see a species that's in between two species is because every single species, their offspring are of the same species. That is what evolution predicts. We never predict that one species is going to give an offspring to another species in the science of the theory of evolution. So I don't know what you mean by transitional fossils. We have millions and millions and millions and millions of fossils of various species that we can see where they have gone from one species to another species. And we can do DNA testing. We can do I'm not an expert in evolution. I'm not here to discuss evolution. First of all, you said evolution doesn't falsify God. So unless evolution falsifies God, I don't see why we're talking about evolution.
Well, because the Bible falsifies your form of evolution. That's why. And evolution doesn't say species stick with species.
Okay,
I'm not sure. So evolution teaches that a single cell gradually morphed into everything we see today. That's evolution theory.
We need to fix something really quick. We have a disagreement here. Does the theory of evolution as understood in science falsify God?
No, but the Bible falsifies the theory of evolution as understood by science.
No, that's not the question I asked you.
It doesn't falsify God, but the reason I'm bringing it up is because the Bible has the better idea of evolution that your version can't explain.
You can't have it both ways. You can't say that the theory of evolution that's understood by science doesn't falsify God, but that God falsifies the theory of evolution under science. You can't have it both ways. That's a contradiction. They both, so either this theory of evolution understood by science falsifies God or it doesn't.
No, God falsifies your understanding of the theory of evolution.
So then you agree that if the theory of evolution understood by science is true, that your God claim is false.
No.
Then it doesn't matter. It's a red herring. We shouldn't even be talking about it.
What does? Because it falsifies your worldview. That's the point, right?
It doesn't You just agreed just a moment ago that
it doesn't falsify my worldview. It falsifies your worldview. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Then you don't know. Then you understand the argument. So let me explain it again really clearly. If the theory of evolution that's understood by science right now is true, is the Bible false?
Once again, no. I understand your argument. You're not understanding mine, though. See, you're avoiding the topic because that's the point. Is if evolution is in the Bible, if evolution is in the Bible and it gives a better explanation than your idea of it, that shows that the Bible knew something that they don't today, right? But I mean, we can move on if you don't know much about evolution.
They both can't be true, though. It can't be true.
Why not? Why can't they both be true?
It can't be true that your explanation for the theory of evolution is true and the scientific explanation for the theory of evolution is true, and they contradict. Two things can't be true. Two things can't be true that contradict each other. That violates the law of non-contradiction. That's like saying a married bachelor exists.
No, it's because the Bible gives the explanation as to why we don't find the necessary transitional fossils, the billions that should be found. We should find more transitional fossils than we find productive species.
How does it explain that?
Because when God created the creatures of the earth, they didn't die, right? Which is why when they made their yeah, you're laughing, but this is the Bible. You don't have an explanation why you don't have transitional fossils, right?
You just contradicted yourself then, because the theory of evolution that we accept as true says the earth is something like 4 billion years old. It says evolution has happened with life over billions of years, right? So you are saying that's not true.
Did I say that wasn't true? I never said that wasn't true.
Well, then if it's true, then it doesn't contradict the Bible.
Because it proves the idea that your idea of evolution is wrong. Therefore, God's is correct, is the correct scientific explanation for it. Therefore, the Bible is demonstrating its knowledge beyond yours and the modern scientific understanding of evolution, right? That's the whole point of the argument. I'm not sure why you don't follow that.
The modern understanding of evolution could be wrong if it contradicts the Bible's understanding of evolution, and the Bible's understanding of evolution is true. Then if the modern scientific understanding is correct, it would falsify the Bible. Either the Bible falsifies the modern standing. Are you saying the Bible falsifies the modern standing of evolution?
So the Bible explains the holes in evolution that evolution should expect to have from I just explained it, the transitional fossils. There's no transitional fossils.
There are transitional fossils. Name a transitional fossil. My mother.
See, that's what atheists see. So the idea
I don't care what your claim is. That is a transitional fossil.
Oh, my dear.
She wasn't a different species. Your misunderstanding of evolution doesn't matter towards what the science claims about evolution.
So you don't believe in evolution. You don't believe that a single cell transformed into everything we see today. You don't believe that?
Putting words in his mouth now.
No one claims a single cell transformed into evolution today.
No, so a single cell didn't. So a giraffe was not a single cell at one point in history. Is that what you're saying?
No,
this is the most ridiculous.
Okay. So you don't understand evolution, is what you're saying.
Better than you.
Apparently not, because you don't even understand Darwinian evolution. You think a species makes a species. You should be a creationist, man. You jump on board.
Species make a species.
Species stay in their species. That's not evolution. Evolution is a speciation change.
So what's the first life form under theory of evolution?
The first life form starts with the single cell after abiogenesis, because they separate that, right? Because they don't want to add that in, because then it would just look all stupid.
Prokaryotes.
Eukaryotes. Yeah. So eukaryotes. So single celled organisms were the first form. So tell me, is a eukaryote? Okay, well, you're going to say, yeah, giraffe is eukaryote. Is a eukaryote transformed into the giraffe we see today? Don't give me a giraffe as a eukaryote. Tell me, did it transform into the giraffe? The eukaryote.
It's a single-celled organism, yes. Did it transition into a giraffe in one generation? No.
Not one generation, ever. through
Yes.
billions and yes, exactly. So why do we run around in this circle if you're going to admit it anyways? So where's the transitional fossils between that that single cell and the giraffe? Show me where it is. Show me.
Okay,
It's
you
not your
want to see
mother.
transitional fossils for giraffes. Transitional fossils.
Yeah, you
Well,
have.
so if I show this transitional
You're going to show me a
fossils for-
productive species. You're going to show me a dog or something dumb. See, that's the thing.
No.
If
all species are productive, there's no such thing as a middle species.
This guy is so dumb. I'm sorry I have to say, but like this, but like he's seriously dumb.
No.
Yes, you are.
So when the fish moved onto land, were his arms there right away, or was he flopping around? Was he flopping around?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Are you an expert in evolutionary biology?
No.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because they don't say there's a transitional species like a half man.
Because they can't. Because they don't exist. That's why they don't say it.
Because that's not what the theory says. You're strawmanning the theory. No. And secondly, if it doesn't falsify God, this is a red herring argument anyways. Either evolution falsifies God or it doesn't. Does it falsify God?
No, but God falsifies it. Yeah.
No, you
can.
Oh, then it falsifies God. So evolution is true. You want me to show you all the examples of evolution, transitional fossils, so we can put this to bed? Because that'll falsify God. So then your argument's debunked. But fortunately for most Christians in the world, like the vast majority of Christians in the world, accept theistic evolution is true. So for them, it won't falsify God, but for you,
because they believe what they're told, but they don't look into it and ask where's the transitional fossils.
They don't believe what they're told. They believe the evidence.
Right. Darwin came up with the theory and he was spot on with the transitional fossils, but because you guys don't find any, all of a sudden your mother's a transition, right? This is what atheists do. I see this all the time. Everybody knows if you take a picture book and you draw a fish and then you draw a giraffe and you start flipping through and you just stop. This is how evolution teaches things happen. It's all micro changes, very small, minute changes, right? Micro.
Yes.
So where are those steps?
Not micro. It's
you guys jump from one to
generation.
the other and go, there was nothing flopping around. There was nothing with one arm that was useless. It didn't exist. Because you can't find it.
Shut up, dude.
I have the fossils. Because I'm not prepared to do a debate on giraffes. But so the transitional species that we know of, at least, from giraffe to whatever, it's Honantherium, Ramatherium, Giraffocaryx, Cantlomeryx, and Prodramtherium. There you go. Transitional species.
Yeah, and they're not transition. They're productive species in the fossil record. The point of a transitional fossil, see, and Darwin knew it too, right? No. But you guys all run from it. Darwin knew that the fossil record should show
the authority fallacy because he's not.
It's not an authority fallacy.
Yes, it is. He's not the authority on evolution.
Boom. Wait, what happened?
They're both not talking. What?
James is muted. He's speaking to them, raining the men, but he's muted.
I wasn't looking at James. Sorry, I was just looking at them. I'm like, why are they?
Yeah,
I think James did something to the sound.
This guy is a waffler. He doesn't understand like a basic contradiction on
James
like, this doesn't falsify this.
Problem of evil, if we can, was my opening argument. Really, I created a big long presentation for.
The problem of evil, this is very simple. The problem of evil is God created us. There's a purpose to this, right? We're not all just here like evolution theory or random. So there's a purpose to this. And the purpose is Jesus taught was to love each other as I've loved you. That's the purpose of life, is to give your life for others, per se, right? That's when you reach what Jesus' perfection, ideals of perfection. So if children are suffering from cancer, why are you not working in a lab to solve it rather than criticizing it? That's the point. Evil can be solved by humanity, right? God put us here to solve these problems, not blame him that the problems are here. And yes, I understand that there's suffering that's out of our control. I understand that, but that's part of the fallen nature of man. But if we would work together and accomplish these things to help humanity, we could stop starving kids. We could find cancer cures. Like we could all get into these fields and make it a passion of ours, but instead we just complain about God. That's very easily the solution to the suffering in the world.
So that wasn't my argument really for
Christian religion has enough money
inductive,
worldwide and
evidentially
worldwide
problem of
hunger
evil.
tomorrow
It's
and still
part
have
of
money
it,
left over.
in part.
Wanted to put that out there.
But in your ontology there, Christianity, is God a perfectly good being, perfectly moral being?
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Is he maximally powerful? He can do anything logically possible?
Yep.
Does he know everything that's happening all over the world?
Yep.
Could he created it so it was not our nature for the Catholic Church scandal with
Yep.
children?
Sure.
Do we need free will to cause that, or could he just made it not our nature to want to harm children and still have free will?
Yeah, he could have made it a perfect plan. That's what you're getting at. He could have made it a utopia.
Not perfect.
Okay.
Not
he
perfect.
could have made it a utopia. So okay, go ahead, finish your point. Go ahead.
I'm not. I just want to make it clear. I'm not claiming that we need perfection. I'm just saying there are certain types of evil that were so abhorrent that we all recognize it as humanity as evil, right? Like horrendous evil, gratuitous evil, if you're familiar with the argument. So there are certain things that are gratuitously evil, like locking up 6 million Jewish people into camps and causing them to die of starvation, disease, literally gassing them to death. And natural evils like tsunamis, hurricanes, all these events that we can't prevent, that God could prevent. But let's talk about human nature. So if God could have prevented humans from stopping people from the Catholic Church, like his church, right, that has a tradition from the founding fathers, why couldn't he made it in man's nature not to desire to harm children in that manner?
Well, I just explained it. He could have made it this way, but there's a purpose to what we're going through here. So God is allowing us to solve these issues and work together, but we refuse to do it. And instead, we divide ourselves by all these different, races, land masses, all these different issues that we divide ourselves instead of working together like God, Jesus explains we should be, right? So Jesus gives us the answer to that.
What's the purpose to cause that pain and suffering to children?
The purpose is you can't have suffering, you can't have love without suffering. How are you going to have how are you going to experience love if you don't understand loss?
You can just experience love. I can experience.
That's not an answer. How can you experience?
No,
it's not in it. You can't just say you can't just use the same word and say
children experience love without experiencing losses. Children experience love. We know this is a fact because we can do
more damage.
Brain imaging. We can do tests to determine that children experience love without ever experiencing loss.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a false dichotomy. You can experience love without experiencing loss. So what are we learning from this one? You're saying it's a necessary evil, that the Catholic Church scandal was a necessary evil to harm children. What's the necessary evil? Why is it necessary?
I just wanted to address that. Parents give children the opportunity to love. People around the children give them that opportunity through their own love for that child to learn. That child is not just picking up love on its own. It's picking up, like the brain is 100% memory, right? It's just picking up what it's observing. Its parents loves it. Its parents feeds it. Its parent takes care of it. Its parents is showing it the love that their parents showed them, and on and on and on. The things that we learned through our existence, through the potential loss. Love and loss go hand in hand. You can't have love without the potential for loss. And that's why children do that. Is not because it's their own nature. It's because they're taught this. That's why
they're born that way.
Do you think all children are treated good and they all feel love? They feel love irregardless. When a parent treats them bad, do they love them? When someone is hurting them, do they? So when somebody's hurting a child,
what?
They just a parent and a child in a house together, and somebody's hurting them. They love that person, or do they long for a love that they understand because of pain?
Often the children that are abused by their parents still love their parents.
They long for a love.
But you're avoiding the question I asked. So I gave an example of children that we know that they love, and children don't have to experience loss to experience love. But I want to understand what's a necessary So let me give you an argument. So if you don't know what the unknown property is about the necessary evil that we have to have, or the necessary good that we have to have for any given event, then it's a wash. We know for a fact that this event is evil. We know for a fact that God has the ability to create it in man's nature to not want to desire little kids in that manner. Yet, the gods like church from the very beginning had a huge scandal, and he made it in our nature, or made it in some men's nature, to desire to do that thing. So why is that evil necessary? Under naturalism, it makes more sense because, and we have to work together to prevent the things under naturalism. We don't have a supernatural being that could have made us differently. So either God created a world that's stupid, or God should have intervened to prevent that thing. Why not that thing?
So what you're doing here is you're borrowing from God's morality. So you're using an objective morality. You're acting as if we have an objective morality in existence, which we do. The Bible says one day the laws will be written on their heart. But if you go back thousands of years, having sex with children wasn't wrong. Killing people wasn't wrong. Breeding your siblings wasn't wrong. Who are you to say that these things were wrong back then? Morality is objective today because God laid the foundation and he told us he would.
Are you really being an apologist for it? Like, really?
Well, you're bringing up a ridiculous argument.
No,
you're saying objective morality is the standard for our existence, which you have no basis on that aside from the Bible.
Yes, I do. I believe in objective morality. I believe I'm a moral naturalist. So that's not the debate today.
Where does it come from?
It comes from our biological nature. Moral naturalism is the number one researched philosophy about moral realism, and it's most philosophers believe in moral naturalism. Matter of fact, I have Christians that argue that moral naturalism is true and is a better argument for morality than divine command theory, because you can't look at the Bible and say it's wrong to marry a 13-year-old. But I can look at the nature of human beings and understand what it means to give implied and explicit consent, and what it means to cause psychological and physical harm to children, and know that it is morally wrong to do the thing. But you're looking at past, that's moral relativism. If you're saying just because it was good in the past and it's bad today, that is moral relativism. I'm saying not only is it evil to do it today, but it was evil to do it in the past. And yes, I'm judging those people in the past that did those things as morally evil. But you're
basing it off of the society that Jesus built. You have an objective morality based off the Christian society. People have sex with children in other places. If you're telling me that our biological
James is going insane. This is such a bad representation for Christianity. I don't know how he just goes out and does this. It's insane.
James really needs to get
Why do
them
they exist
on
from your
something else.
perspective? Objective morality is built in our society because of Jesus, not because of evolution. Killing to take, right? This is a principle from Jesus, not objective morality.
No, it's not.
There's nothing in humanity that would suggest it's wrong to have sex with who you want, to take what you want. This is humanity's nature, and this is why we need God, and this is why evil's in the world as well.
You're making the naturalistic fallacy. You're saying because it's natural, it's okay to do that, unless God somehow gives you divine commandment based on his subjective nature. That is the naturalistic fallacy. I'm saying the morality is an emergent property of humanity, of the species that exists. We look at other animals and we see moral character in other animals. This is a biological fact of social species that exists within nature. And I can know that it is evil for that to do the thing. I'm not borrowing it from Christianity. I've never been a Christian my entire life. I've never believed that God has existed. Now, that's not to say you can't learn moral lessons from the Bible. I believe you can. But you totally ignored my argument. You never addressed the question why in this century, after all this time, after Jesus came, after 1900 years after Jesus came, did his church allowed his church leaders to hide that scandal? Why did he create us with a nature? If anything, you're proving my argument that in the past, God created us with a nature where we would do evil things, where we'd eat other people, where we would fight and kill and tear, just like all other natural animals in nature, the predator and the prey. And morality is about deliberating between what is right and wrong based on rationality and reason, not based on what's in our nature.
Okay, so you just said there's a lot there, but you said animals display compassion. Do animals rape? Do animals kill?
Yes.
Do animals kill for fun? Do they rape for fun? Do animals do that?
Yes.
Right. So you're
for
basing
fun or
an
kill for
evolutionary
fun
trait off something that's false, right?
They
Hold on,
do
just
both.
let me keep going because I was just
Ask me questions.
Sorry. I know it's sorry. So, and then as well, you're saying you've never been a Christian, so you're not bound to the confines of the teaching of Jesus. But what I'm saying is you're basing your objective morality on a society that was built through the teachings of Jesus.
No.
This is why you don't live in another part of the world where having sex with 12-year-olds is acceptable. And believe me, over there, it's completely fine. They don't see anything wrong with it, right? Well, here it's frowned upon because we live in a society built by Jesus of objective morality, right? That's why Jesus says one day the laws will be written on their heart. And as far as the church, to answer your question, as far as the church doing all these nasty, evil things, that's nothing. Like Jesus says, if you love me, keep my sayings. He says, show love for one to another. That's how people will know you belong to me. So show me where the Catholic Church having sex with people or harming people or killing witches or whatever they did through history has anything to do with the teachings of Jesus. You're connecting two things that don't need to be connected. The Bible is one thing, and that's why they hid the Bible. Right? They didn't hide the Bible because they were worried people would read it and think it's stupid. They hid the Bible because they knew people would read it and see it's right. Just like if you look at the changes that happened in the 1800s after the printing press, what was the number one book in every home? It was the Bible. In 1820, they gave Bibles to every home. And then in the 1800s, we start to see the changes in all the denominations because people started reading the Bible. We see slavery abolished. We see all these miraculous changes in the 1800s. When the printing press boomed and the Bible was in everybody's home because people got the words of Jesus. Not because the Bible was stupid, because the Bible was correct and good, and Jesus was a lot different than he was portrayed, like the Catholic Church.
Oh my God, dude, shut up and breathe.
It's because we learned from the lessons of the great writers, a lot of secular writers, not necessarily atheists, but secular writers about morality, government, and stuff like that throughout that whole area. We borrowed it from those traditions, not from the Bible, because the Bible doesn't teach us how to run a government. A Bible doesn't teach us what age we ought to get married. It doesn't teach us that. Like you don't get that from the Bible.
Yes, but it teaches us humanity and compassion for others. It teaches us to treat others how you would want to be treated. If you're a child, you don't want some grown person having sex with you. Jesus said, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Judge by which measure you would be judged yourself. These are principles of the Bible.
You're just cherry picking quotes from Jesus. The Bible has a lot more than that contradicts those positions.
From anybody except for Jesus. Jesus is the one that revolutionized the Western world. And that's proven by looking at other places in the world that don't have Jesus.
Nope.
Every time this guy's talking, you just play some meme clip, like making fun of him.
Yeah, dude, this is fucking crazy.
Just like
this is way more unhinged than his debate with me, and like what?
Well,
can
he
you
is going
say?
up against
he just
Ozian,
went on a
so
5-minute rant, and he said a whole bunch of nothing. And what really gets me is that he doesn't understand that this kind of rhetoric puts people away from Christianity. So he's doing the exact opposite as he should be doing.
Into the Q&A shortly. If you have any questions, folks, fire them into the live chat. Tag me with @ModernDayDebate, and you could also put in a super chat, which pushes your question to the top of the list for the Q&A. We do have a little bit of time before we go into the Q&A, though, so I don't want to rush it, as you guys haven't really even had maybe about 15 minutes total. So going about an hour's worth, maybe we have another 10 minutes or so. Any final topics you do want to cover before we go to the Q&A?
Really wants to get to the end.
Did you have anything, Ozian?
Well, because James is Christian, and
well, we could talk about Old Testament cosmology too, but I don't want to make this into a flat Earth debate.
I can certainly see how James sees this kind of rhetoric as bad for Christianity.
Nerve.
Yeah.
Well, let me respond really quick to that.
Sure, go ahead.
Your thing, really quick.
I just
want to see. I think all of that is best explained under moral progress and moral naturalism. That as we look at the world, as we understood the world better, as we understood human psychology better, as we understood what the nature of suffering and harm was in the world around us, is when our morality and how we started treating others in the world better. So it was our progress when it came to knowledge. And yes, I agree with the Catholic Church, a lot of credit in Europe to maybe the Roman Empire would have created it, but it got taken over by the Catholic Church and dysphoria happened. I have a lot of stuff to say about that. We won't get into that, but that's all I wanted to say. I think that's all best explained under naturalism. But we could talk about what did you want to talk about?
The laryngeal nerve. You know what that is?
No,
I won't get into it if you don't know.
But if it's not about if God exists or not, so let's say
it is.
God.
Some evidence is, but if you don't know what it is, it's no point.
I don't think any natural explanation is evidence of God. If it is, then that's falsification. So let me touch on this really quickly. Anytime you make an argument that is a natural explanation for God, now you've given a falsification method for God. Do you agree with that?
Yes. Sure.
Okay, so if people are justified in believing the theory of evolution is true, then they're justified in denying your claim for God. Not denying God exists, because I don't agree that your argument's the best argument for God. I think there's much better arguments for God, just as the fine-tuning and strong anthropic principle is a much better argument, and principle of sufficient reason and stuff like that. And then you get into special and general revelation. To me, that's a much stronger argument for Christianity and the God than trying to see that evolution is false.
Well, things like that are rejected by atheists, but you're right. Fine-tuning is the best argument. It's unexplainable. It's miraculous, but it's just rejected as right. So that's why I don't bring things like that up, because it's just there's a lot of things that are rejected. So I like to get into things that you yourself share a worldview with, right? No, that's why the evolution thing. But you believe in evolution, right? So
I accept. Wait. So you don't know me, but let's start over again. I am an atheist, which is I believe that God does not exist. So under atheism is a proposition that God does not exist, and I'm an atheist who believes that proposition is true. Now I also accept that there's other definitions for atheists a lot of people use. So I am all in favor. I just favor the weak anthropic principle is true, rather than strong anthropic principle is true. And so there's no way to both of those claims are unfalsifiable, so there's no way to prove if the strong anthropic principle or the weak anthropic principle is true. I would have respected your argument much better if you had taken that argument than trying to falsify evolution. That is one of the theories that we have is the most justified. Like your misunderstanding of evolution is not a refutation of evolution. And if you want to debate evolution, you should get something like, what's her fate? Gustick? I can't remember her name. James could say. Gustick?
Evolution.
Gutsick Gibbon.
Gutsick Gibbon. Evolution is not justified. You don't even know what the laryngeal nerve is. You're trying to tell me that a speciation. You wanted to dance around the whole topic of whatever it is. So you're not the best person to be saying whether evolution.
Oh, and you are evidence of nothing. Come on, dude. You have no idea. All you have is trauma about the evolution. Like, shut the fuck up.
But what is this debate about evolution, or is this debate about Christianity? Like, is God real?
Yeah, but like, regardless, he's way out of his leagues in this debate. He's just a waffler, and now I'm sort of pissed.
Claims transitional fossils like a species that's half dog,
because they don't exist. Because they don't exist. That's why they.
Oh my God, you don't exist. I'm serious.
You're the claim that all the atheist leaders make, right? They say, "Oh, my mom's a transitional." I hear that all the time. It's ridiculous. Transitional fossils need to be here. Darwin knew it because it's true, not because he's an authority, because he was correct about it. He knew.
Lying.
It's not a lie
about it being.
You don't even know what a transitional fossil is.
First of all, it's not an atheist claim. It's a science claim. Most theists that exist in the world, almost all of them, accept that evolution is true.
Because they don't.
So it's not an atheist claim. It's a claim that most people accept in the world is true. Stop saying it's an atheist claim. It's not an atheist claim. There are atheists that reject evolution. It's not an atheist claim.
Like who? Give me an atheist that rejects evolution.
People I've met on Discord. It doesn't matter who in particular it is.
Because they don't exist.
I know individual. There are people that do not accept evolution. There are people that believe the Earth is flat. That they're atheists. They don't accept evolution. They believe it's a simulation theory. I know atheists who believe it's. I know atheists who believe in simulation theory. Do you not understand what that is?
They think we're in a simulation. Yeah, sure, but that's just another answer for God. Like that's not atheistic. They're believing in a God. They're just. It is. Oh, I believe in a simulation programmed by some 12-year-old kid in his basement. But God's ridiculous.
Understanding is
waffling.
That's a straw
your
man.
understanding is wrong. Simulation theory is not theism.
A brain in a bat.
Wow, what the hell?
It doesn't have to be a 12-year-old boy.
So it's a theist claim, man.
No.
You're using a broad definition of theism that most people in philosophy of religion would not use for theism. But beside the point, those are atheists that don't accept evolution as true.
They believe in theism. That's why they're theists. They believe in an exterior intelligence drives the universe.
But besides the point,
it's a type of theism, man. They believe an exterior intelligence is driving the universe, created them, and organizing everything so that they can exist inside. This is hypothesis. They're not atheists. Atheists all believe in evolution, whether they believe aliens dropped us off or whatever. It's always
evolution. Nothing about simulation theory that requires some type of entity that created it either.
To a train wreck.
We just
how does simulation
having a great time with it.
How does simulation theory happen without an intelligence?
There's bizarre arguments for it, so I don't get into theory arguments, but it doesn't matter to the claim. So evolution is not an atheist argument. So claiming it is,
absolutely,
it is not. Then are you telling all the Christians watching here right now that
they're indoctrinated by the atheistic ideas? Yeah, they don't know what it is. They don't look into it. They just that they're lords in white shiny coats tell them what to believe.
I really want to know what James thinks about what he just said. I really do.
Is they believe a book. They believe people like Gutsick Gibbon who tells them these things, and then they preach it, and they don't understand. Like you said, you don't know what the laryngeal nerve is. You didn't know that a single cell organism.
Oh my God, this guy, you know what the comfort I get is that he has like 300 subscribers. So his nonsense stays in a very reduced bunch of idiots like him. So
well, he's learning. Isn't he learning from the atheists?
I don't know. This guy is insane. It's like
no, he talks about the vaginal nerve. Isn't that learning from the atheists?
I get a bunch of like Wetsit vibes. Like he lies. He constantly lies, strawmans, and this is insane. That's why I'm mad.
Testimonial evidence for
exactly. So what
from people that I trust
why do you trust them?
Because that's sufficient reason to trust their testimony is true.
It's sufficient to believe something that you have no evidence for, no justification for, other than somebody told you something. Why are you arguing against theism, man? You're in the same boat as what you accuse theism. Believing things without evidence, right?
No, when did I ever make that argument? When did
you just said you don't understand it, but you believe it because you trust other people's words. That's exactly what you said.
Because I'm not stupid enough to claim that evolution falsifies God.
So exactly, right? So people that do understand it and don't agree with it are stupid, but you don't understand it.
That's not what I said.
Where's the logic in that?
Wait, I said I'm not stupid enough to make an argument that says that evolution falsifies God. So I don't study evolution because I don't use it to falsify God.
Why do you believe it?
My arguments for evolution have nothing, my arguments for atheism have nothing to do with evolution being true.
So why do you believe in something that you can't, you have no idea about?
Recognize what I said.
I did. I understand what you're saying. You're not arguing for it. Therefore, you don't need to know about it. That's what you're saying. But then on the same...
Dude, what the
My argument for atheism is not contingent upon evolution being true.
Boom.
Your argument for theism is contingent upon evolution being false.
A natural explanation is your position as an atheist, right? You take the stance as an atheist that a naturalistic position must.
He did this with me, and he tried to tell me what my position was when he wasn't even listening to me. This is fucking crazy.
Well, he thinks atheism is a religion
too, because he's
atheism
is what atheism is.
Yeah,
this is not what atheism is. Atheism is the
because
lack of a belief in a god. That's it. That's all it is. There's nothing more than that.
It's irreligious, so it's against religion.
It's truly what it is. You just admitted you have no basis to believe it. You don't understand it, but yet you're on here admitting that you believe it because the science. That's preaching, my friend. But you have no good reason to believe it.
That's false. I gave a basis for believing it, for accepting it's true. I gave a basis. What was my basis for accepting it's true?
Because other people told you. Lords in white shiny coats.
That's false. That's false. So you're strong in my argument.
Okay.
So you didn't listen. I did
listen.
Argument.
You did say that, man. You did say that.
And did I ever say that testimonial evidence wasn't evidence for anything? Did I ever say that?
No, I never said you did.
Well, yeah, you did earlier.
Believing. Okay, I'm a Christian and I have a testimony. Do you believe it?
I accept that it's evidence for your claim that God exists.
But you don't. It's not evidence for you.
It's better evidence than you trying to see that evolution falsifies God.
You're just attacking you don't even know what evolution is. So how can you understand my argument if you don't even understand what I'm saying? You don't understand. You're saying the
allele frequency over time. It doesn't matter.
But so what? So where? Okay, exactly. Allele frequency transitions over time. So where is the species transitions in between? Because allele frequencies are small little changes. They're not big giant. You're acting as if one day your mom was an amoeba. That's how you're acting, right? That's not the way things work. No. Right, so where is these changes?
Doesn't work that way, correct?
It does work that way.
This is baby Kent Hovind argument. This is like starting out as a theist arguing on YouTube. Like, dude, you need better arguments. Come on.
Max, if I were looking at this, I'd be like, look, even if you're right, I'm going to steel man your position and say, hey, you know what? All this science, fine. It exists. You're saying the science exists. It doesn't prove if God or God doesn't exist. Even if we grant all of this stuff, it doesn't prove a theistic argument or an atheistic argument. It doesn't prove either position.
Yeah,
so, this is useless.
Yeah.
Create offsprings. That's all it is. Speciation takes many, 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 many generations. There's all different types of reasons why different species change species. I know this is true. There are reasons why the species will not change species because of their environment they live in, put pressures on them to maintain their species, for evolutions to different species where they couldn't crossbreed wouldn't happen over a period of time. So there's other environmental factors that put pressure on to kill some of them off to cause speciation to happen. I understand part of it, but I'm not an expert on evolution. Get somebody here who is. But everything you're describing about what we would expect for evolution is what the theory of evolution says. It was said small changes over generations. The transitional species that we're talking about are just fossils of actual species.
No, they're not. You just said it. Small changes over time. You know what a picture book is? You know what that is? Picture book?
Yes,
they used to make cartoons. Yeah, you know that. So get a picture book. Awesome. So get a picture book, an empty one, and I want you to start off with a single cell, and by the end of it, I want you to have a giraffe, and I want you to flip through the book and go stop and tell me where that fossil is.
This has nothing to do with the argument of God.
So
he already said it too. He's already said this already.
No, I know what the tree of life is. You're missing the entire point, man. Yeah, I don't understand why people can't understand the changes that you admit. Small changes. You admit. No, this is you, man. You admit there's small changes over time. You even said allele frequency, small, little, tiny changes. Yes. But then I ask you, where's the evidence in the fossil record of small changes over time? And you go, boom, it's big changes. What are you talking about, man? It's a species. That's what you're doing. You're saying one thing, but then you're evidence for what?
The evidence of a theory in science is its ability to make predictions, right? Yeah. The evidence of a theory in science is ability to make
evidence of God is doing.
So we make predictions about where we would.
He's deflecting and he's putting pressure on Ozium, so he doesn't have to defend his own claim. He's basically saying he's trying to use the whole debate to say, I'm going to put Ozium in the hot fire and tell you what atheism is. instead of actually defending his own position. So at the end, it makes it look like he's winning. You know what I mean? It's a pretty duplicitous tactic.
Yeah, it's a reversal of the burden of proof, but he's really bad at debating. I've said it like the last episode we had after my debate with him. He's really bad. He's like a baby debater.
And they go out and they come back with a kimono dragon. Look up a kimono dragon, man.
Kimono.
It's the exact same.
You don't even know the name. It's Komodo.
It's a kimono dragon. He said a kimono dragon.
I'm so ready for this to be over. This is insane.
We should have a picture of a kimono dragon, like a dragon with a kimono on it.
With a kimono. Like, holy shit.
I don't accept testimony. No.
Why were you reading articles, scientific journals and articles and saying it was true about
because these things are observable.
Wait. No. Let me finish the question.
It's observable.
Let me finish the question. Did you accept the testimony about the slime molds that you watched?
No, I observed it myself. I watched videos on the slime mold acting. Yes, I did. You can go on YouTube and you can watch. Yes, you can, man. You can watch lectures and you can watch.
Yeah, you watch it and you misunderstood everything. You attribute consciousness and agency to a mold that just goes about his natural processes.
There's the difference between testimony and observable evidence. Observing something is different than someone telling you.
It's not observation. You didn't go there.
It is. When you observe something, sir, that's observation.
How do you know they didn't fake it?
Boom.
How do I know they didn't fake the slime mold? Doing what it's, well, I suppose in that sense, yes, I'm accepting a testimony based on that.
Thank you.
But sure. But the point is they could be lying, and the whole thing could be a lie. It wouldn't put it past me. Right?
But do you have reason to trust them? Do you have reason to trust their testimony?
I have reason to trust enough people are showing me something I can observe.
Okay.
That's where I trust it, right? If enough people are saying they're doing these experiments and I can observe these things happening for myself, right? But with evolution, it's a different thing. You're not observing anything happen for you. No, you're not observing anything. They're telling you that they did something and then you're just accepting it. You don't have to look. Like same with Tiktaalik. Did you ever look up a kimono dragon's fossil?
Again with the kimono dragon. But this is a fundamental misunderstanding of how evolutionary science works. Like, this is your problem, not our problem. Like, this is insane. This whole debate.
And if you don't understand science, you shouldn't talk about it. Like, Dr. J and I are like this. Like, we probably have a better understanding of science than this guy does.
Yeah, but this guy definitely.
I'm like, what's crazy is I wouldn't want to talk about something I don't have a specialty in. Like, if I don't know what I'm talking about, why would I talk about it? That's like the problem with someone like a Ken Hovind. He doesn't have the background in this. He just has the rhetorical wit, so he can learn certain scientific terms and sound like he's competent in it. And it makes him sound smart, but that doesn't mean that he actually understands and knows how to apply the knowledge.
Yeah. So what you're saying is we need to set up a debate between me and you on science. I completely agree.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Dude,
have like a quiz show.
You can match them. What kind of tests are they going to do? What kind of tests? Radiometric dating, and they go, oh, it's carbon dating, or and they go, oh, it's a billion years old. There you go.
Remember, you deny radiometric dating too. You think
because it's not true. Prove it to me. Change my mind.
I don't have to prove it to you.
Well, the burden of proof is on you. You're claiming it works, right?
So
I'm taking the negative position.
Do you deny? No, you're taking the positive position.
I'm taking the negative position, sir. You're claiming it works, and I'm saying there's no evidence.
You're taking the positive position.
No, it's not. There's no evidence for radiometric dating.
So are you saying that radiometric dating is true, that God doesn't exist?
What?
If radiometric dating is true, does God exist?
Yes.
Okay, then why are we talking about it?
Okay, fine, fair enough.
If the way evolution is describing transitional species is what we mean by transitional species, if it's true that what they see is true, does that mean God doesn't exist?
No, but it means God was right. That was the argument that I was bringing forth. The Bible explains evolution theory better than evolution theory from an atheistic or scientific perspective. Yes, it does. No fossils.
Where does the Bible give any there's no such thing as like interspecies things in evolution. Where does the Bible give you the method, the theory of evolution? Where does it say that? Where does it say that? Where's the predictive power?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you. So let's start with abiogenesis. Did all life forms begin in water? Is that how it happened?
That's not. We don't know.
Oh, according to abiogenesis.
We don't know.
It had to be water, man. You don't even know.
It's not the most common, and amyloid world and clay world are getting a lot of traction. So you can tell us what the science is. This is insane.
They have a hypothesis, yeah.
They have several hypotheses, right?
It's all the same thing. It all started in a pond. Some say pond, some say electricity, some say water. Show me an abiogenesis doesn't start in water. Let's try that.
Maybe it did start in water. I'm saying we don't know because we don't have a theory of abiogenesis. So I don't make any positive. The only positive claim I make about life from non-life is it was natural. And if you believe the strong anthropic principle is true, you would believe it was natural also. That God just caused the first event.
I believe it was natural. Like, I believe God created these correlations of events, but God doing whatever God did to get it done. I don't think God was in with a lab coat telling people evolution's real, but I think he was definitely the one that orchestrated it. So if you want to talk about it as a natural sense from that, he used his creation to create something. That's what the Bible describes. God said he didn't do nothing. He didn't build anything. He said.
Then theistic versus atheistic evolution, not that it really is a dichotomy because evolution itself is just science, but from a naturalistic explanation for evolution versus a theistic explanation of evolution, both of them are unfalsifiable claims. So we don't get any closer to if God exists based on evolutionary theory. I think so that isn't a good argument. It's why no one in serious debates would ever use, it's usually like lay people debates that I watch where they bring up evolution as an argument that God exists.
Yeah, you just don't understand it. It's a fantastic argument because you have you don't even know what transitional fossil is, man. You think by insulting me, it's going to excuse your ignorance. But the fact of the matter is you don't understand what I'm saying. You don't understand what a transitional fossil is, and you don't understand that we don't have any, and that debunks evolution. A transitional fossil. Transitional fossil is not your mom. Can it give birth? It should be able to multiply. Yes.
Does it give birth to the same species that it is?
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, that's all evolution says.
Yes, but evolution says that speciation changes. So one single cell that's able to self-replicate is going to be a giraffe that's able to self-replicate. That's what evolution says. You're acting as if evolution is just an innocent little guy that says, one species sticks with one species. No, it doesn't. It says one thing shapeshifts to another. It does. It's shape-shifting. It's shape-shifting. It absolutely is. One organism shape-shifts to another, or you don't understand evolution, man. I don't understand why you believe it. Why do you believe something that you can't comprehend?
You don't understand it.
No, you don't, man. Does a single cell turn into a giraffe?
You're seeing evolution.
This is like negative level debating. Like, you don't understand. No, you don't understand. Just explain. Dude, this is fucking crazy. I hate this guy already.
Explains what we observe and the genetics and the fossil records in every aspect of evolution. God explains it better in the Bible than supposed atheistic science.
You're just telling all Christians to believe in evolution.
No, they can believe whatever they want. I never said that at all. I never said they weren't true Christians. They're misguided in their information. That has nothing to do with their love for Jesus, man.
That's not condescending.
They're not misguided. They're just accepting.
They're misguided. They're believing what they're told. That's it. They're not thinking.
And they should take your word because of your expertise in evolution.
No, they shouldn't. They shouldn't take my word.
They should take the word.
Any scientist, they should look into it themselves. That's what I did. I used to be a creationist evolutionist.
You don't have the expertise to look into it. Are you kidding?
Every single person. See, that's how brainwashed you are. Every single person has the expertise to look into any claim. Any claim, especially in the era of knowledge. How ignorant does one have to be in the era of knowledge to go, hey, we're too stupid to look into anything.
Do you know what the first derivative of 3x to the third power is?
No.
Then you don't know everything. You have to have
I never said I know everything. See, you're straw manning me here big time, man.
Let me finish. You have to have certain levels of knowledge to engage in certain subjects. That's all I meant. Evolution, like we can get a basic understanding of evolution. I have a basic understanding of evolution, To become an expert on evolution takes dedication, like it does for any vocation anybody takes up in life. You only have so much life to become an expert in any vocation. You rely upon the testimony of other people and their expertise in their given domain. And we work together as a civilization to make the world better, to make sure the Euphrates River doesn't dry up by 2040.
I agree, but we should be having discussions. We shouldn't just have people mocking people that don't believe in evolution and saying, "Oh, you don't follow." I'm not saying you. I'm saying and saying you don't believe in the science. When the truth of the matter is, if you look into evolution, anybody's capable of looking into evolution, especially with the computers these days. Everybody has the capability. There's no excuse. There's no excuse to say I believe something that you have no evidence for.
But
we live in an era where it's ridiculous.
You don't go to a Christian website. You go to the places that
I don't look. I don't go to Answers to Genesis. I don't read any of those websites, man. I never read them.
Go to
they don't
Aaron
interest
Ra's channel.
I do. I watch Aaron Ra a lot.
He has a good explanation for the whole tree of life stuff.
I do. I watch these guys.
Well,
that's how I'm able. That's how I'm able to find these ideas to
James
go and falsify. But nobody. Oh, sorry, James. I can't tell.
That last video we watched on him talking about atheists.
No problem. This is a good opportunity. We can jump into the Q&A. You guys had any last thoughts on that? But it sounds like we're ready to jump into it. I want to say, folks, thanks very much for your questions. I'm going to read through these. And as mentioned, if you tag me in the live chat, that's one way you can submit questions. Otherwise, you can
There's only 4 super chats, so we'll get started and we'll
as we go through these. Joshua Jamie, thanks very much. Said consciousness is your awareness of those
was way worse than mine with him.
This came early in the debate.
So waffled.
That gives a clue in
I
terms
think
of the
that's the slime mold. Yeah.
Yeah.
So with the slime mold.
So that's the definition of consciousness is, like you said, the self-awareness. This is what we have defined it as because this is what we understand it as because we've never observed anything aside from a brain or what we understand about the anatomy that is responsible for these ideas like problem solving and thinking, memory. These things are all associated with the brain. So yes, consciousness is defined as self-awareness, but that's because we've never had an example otherwise until slime mold, and which is bringing the whole thing to question. What is consciousness? That's the issue. Where does it come from?
I agree. It's a good question, and it may be slime molds are self-aware, because we don't fully understand them, but I don't. It's not reducible to energy. That's my whole argument.
You got it. This one coming in from. Do appreciate your question as well. Joshua Jamie strikes again, says, we don't need God to make guidelines against harmful behaviors. It happens in every social animal. I think that's for you, evidence of God.
Yeah, so the world demonstrates the opposite. So there are animals that show love and compassion, yes, but this is the nature of God in them because there's the majority of animals will not show that way. The majority of animals in the wild will do what they need to do to survive. And as far as what I said before about the society was based on Jesus. This is why we have objective morality. I'm not saying that you can't come to these conclusions without Jesus. I'm saying this is the way the world went. And when you go to societies that don't have Jesus, it's pretty apparent that our society is based off Christianity.
You got it. This one from JAM84 says, Ozian, given that God is by definition a spirit, how much sense does it make to decide whether he exists using your 5 physical senses?
All I have are my senses to understand God exists. I don't think I was making an empirical claim about if God exists or not. I use reasoning, rationality. Now, all my argument is that I exist, the external world exists, and all examples of causation I've ever experienced has been natural. So I think I'm justified in believing that naturalism is true, and that is sort of a humble claim that I can explain the world around us using naturalism. If naturalism is true, it means supernatural entities don't exist, and God is supernatural entity, so therefore God doesn't exist. So all people would have to show me is a reason for God to exist, and it's based on values. Like I don't value like principle of proportional causality. People can go look up like intentionality and stuff like that. So there's arguments for God that are compelling that I just don't find compelling because of the values I have.
You got it. Any thoughts on that evidence of God? We'll jump to the next one.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Unless you had anything.
No, I'm good.
Joshua Jamie says fossils are extremely rare. The fact that you're asking for every form of an animal as a fossil is ludicrous.
So yeah. Oh, is that it, James?
Yes.
Yeah. So my point with the transitional fossils is, with all the changes throughout species, like as species transform into other species, there is minute changes, like small changes within the genetics. So we should observe these creatures that are not there. They would be their own species in the sense that they produce under their own species, but we would see things with weird limbs, useless points to their anatomy. It's the only way it could be if you had a single cell transforming into a land creature from the water. You're gonna have little things that are useless and not helpful, and that's why I say evolution teaches that the snail outran the wolf, because in the fossil records, all we have is very productive, healthy species suited to their environment perfectly, and we don't see small, minute changes throughout their existence.
It's almost over. It's almost over. This is the last super chat.
Courage Wolf says, "Ask our guests what the." Go ahead.
Can I respond to that real quick?
Yeah.
There's a lot of useless organs in humans. The appendix. Yes. There's a plica semilunaris, body hair, wisdom teeth, or there's certain muscles around the ear. Lots of useless organs in humans.
So the appendix isn't useless. See, a lot of these things that we think.
One example.
Yeah, a lot of these things that we think are useless, we later find out that they're not useless. They're very productive. And as far as like something like wisdom teeth, well, wisdom teeth are useless, but this isn't an evolutionary thing. This is a diet thing, right? We've changed our diets. We've changed the way we eat. We've changed our facial structures over the years from making these changes. So this is something that humans intervene. This isn't an evolutionary trait. In fact, wisdom teeth should show that evolution isn't as productive as you claim it is, because why do we have these teeth that are killing us all? Because we've changed our facial structure through our own lifestyle changes. Evolution should be adapting in accordance with evolution theory, right?
Okay. Why do males have nipples? Why do males have nipples?
Maybe males gave milk at one point. Like, why wouldn't they? I don't know. Why wouldn't they have nipples? How can you show that males didn't give milk? They didn't breastfeed at one point. You know, males can breastfeed. There's certain hormores that a male can lactate.
Oh my God.
Can breastfeed someone?
No, this was painful.
No, there are supplements trans women will take to be able to.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I didn't miss that. Yeah, men can breastfeed. Absolutely, it's healthy too. Like, it's a certain hormone. There's not just trans people. There's people that take medications.
Can be healthy.
Yeah,
and there are men that. But sometimes it's like sometimes you have a disorder that actually cause like cancer. Some men get breast cancer that makes them.
It's a hormone thing. Yeah, it's a hormone thing. So the changes in the hormone medications induce it. But at different environments and diets, maybe men did breastfeed.
I know it's weird. Why don't you drink it?
Courage Wolf. Oh, we got a super chat just came in. Violentix says, if we're not created by a god and we're just a cosmic accident, why should we love someone if we're created by matter and energy, if it's not conscience? I think they mean conscious, but I'm not sure.
I'll just say maybe the question is, why should we love each other if evolution is true? I'll just answer that question. Does that make sense? Am I steel man in that?
That sounds fine.
Okay, so why should we love each other? Because I think we evolved to have psychology, and part of that is emotions, to build bonds with each other. Because one of the things about for evolution to work, we have to procreate and have children, and so we're a social species that collaborate to protect each other, to be able to have offspring. And if you look at us, like our bodies start going downhill after like 30 years old. Isn't that right, James? Anyways,
that's funny. Very funny.
Yes, Cap.
This one coming in from another one just flew in. Ain't My First Radio. Thanks very much for your question. Says God is true. Genesis account is 100% accurate. Anyone who doesn't get that is ignorant about the facts. Wow.
Oh, sure, buddy.
There's the Genesis thing.
Oh, they are coming in strong. Ozzy, and I think they're talking about you.
Yeah, I wanted to bring that up.
But... I would say he's telling most Christians in the world. Now, U.S. is a little different. U.S. has a weird Protestant movement, not midline Protestants. There's or normal, but that reject they think Genesis is historical in the United States, but most Christians across the world don't take the Genesis account as historical. When I grew up, I went to a Catholic school in kindergarten, and that's where I learned I was an atheist from the priest there. But
shit,
true, like historically true. So you're just saying most Christians are fake Christians. I don't agree.
This one from go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that my original opening was the creation story. I think it's 100% accurate, so I agree with that. I changed it, but it is absolutely an accurate depiction of what we can understand and observe.
You got it. This one coming in from Joshua Jamie just sent this in. Says mudkippers are actually fish with limbs. Say stick that in your pipe and smoke it. Evidence of God.
Boom.
Yes.
Respond.
Yeah, so they are fish that go on land, but they go back in the water, and they use their anatomy for the mud, right? It's a productive species to what it is, right? So yes, it has limbs, and that's a stage that you would have to go through for sure, but that doesn't show a transitional fossil because they're productive to their environment, right? Throughout the changes of evolution, eventually that fish, if it were to continue, eventually we would see some very useless limbs on it, like strange legs in places of the limbs and messed up looking stuff, right? Because evolution isn't this even perfect thing. It's supposedly little changes that adapt, right? There's nothing driving it. So eventually you're going to get these species that have useless limbs that aren't adapted to their species, like the mudfish, who breeds in the mud and goes back to the water, right? That's why it goes out there.
Vestigial limbs, but yeah, but you don't know if they're going to go one way or the other. Like
on land,
just because it's evolving to have limbs to walk on land doesn't mean it's not going to evolve back to have flippers. Like there's no directionality about evolution, whether it's going to become a land creature or an ocean creature or freshwater creature. It's just whatever survives and however it adapts to its environment. That's all evolution is doing.
You got it. Thank you very much. This one coming in from Bitter Truth says, evidence of God. Did God create all species?
Yes. God created all kinds, and the kinds after the ark
oh my
landed,
lord, dude!
Kinds,
someone sent $100
bred and gave us all the species we see today. You should watch the last debate because
holy shit!
Eyes from the mud and stuff like that, and God created that for
the
a
red
reason.
one?
Yeah, it burrows up in anybody's eyes, right? You're just using kids to kind of set your point home, right? But yes, these things do. I already explained it's the fallen nature of man, right? Why aren't you out there solving this problem? Why aren't you bringing medications, and why didn't you go to school to become a scientist so that you can solve these problems that you accuse God of being so unjust for?
On naturalism, it's explained. On God, it's not explained. If God exists, there's no reason that God couldn't have put something to protect humans from that species.
But why should he? He put humans to protect humans from that species. That's exactly what he did.
One natural evil from existing.
Yeah, he put humans here to prevent those things from happening to humans.
This one from Acintic says, hey, Ozian, do you still think you came from Pond Scum?
No. I never. So I had a discussion with a young lady that she explained abiogenesis as coming from pond scum and friction or whatever. So I just was using her argument as a Socratic method, and he just continues to lie about the argument. I said this was a poor analogy. It's not what abiogenesis says. We don't have a theory of abiogenesis says. But even if that explanation is true and abiogenesis has a natural explanation, does that mean God does not exist? And then her phone cut out before she could answer. So, anyways.
You got it.
I've heard evolutionary biologists use the term pond scum for abiogenesis.
I agree.
It's completely reasonable in accordance with that.
I just don't.
What the fuck is happening?
That is an argument because to me it's sort of a I don't like the way science communicators analogize stuff.
Or religion.
I think they do a very poor job.
Just just a bunch of scientism language.
Yeah, this was a waste of time, like majorly.
Non-denominational, and no, I'm not non-denominational. Or they said I'm no denomination, and no, I'm not.
Who cares?
Non-denominational. I'm thinking about like logically how this all
Lord have mercy
makes sense and the overlap, things like that. They say Orthodox, Catholic, and Protestant all have some accuracies and some inaccuracies in interpretation. All branches have some forms of godliness. God equals love. Thank you very much for that.
Wow.
I don't know if either of you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I agree. I think I agree with that.
I believe love exists. Some people think that's evidence for God that love exists, and I just don't find it to be a
better
argument.
argument. Why not this argument?
That would be a way better argument.
You just wasted your time.
Why do you deny prophecies that are shown right in front of your face? And is science showing that it was prophesied? Are you being ignorant? Woozy, they're coming at you.
Dude, there was this guy that I won't say his name, but they have a YouTube channel that predicted that rapture was going to happen on May 19th. You know what I did, James?
Christ has a sword.
I made a prediction that rapture was not going to happen on May 19th. So I prophesied that he was going to be wrong, and he was going to send me a bottle of a jar of pickles. So I'm still waiting on my jar of pickles, but soon it's going to come true.
Why? Why are you doing this to me?
Most of those are post hoc rationalizations. And so I don't know the truth of any of them. I read those prophecies in the Bible, and I don't see where they were fulfilled. So that's just me.
Bitter truth coming at you. EOG says whale and dolphins have lungs and pelvis and even mammary glands for milk, even have uterus, same as land animal. Did God forget while creating the above?
I don't understand. What did he forget? It's a whale and a dolphin. They're mammals, yeah. So yeah, God created all the great whales after their kind, and yeah, I'm not sure. I don't follow the question there.
They say whales and dolphins have lungs, a pelvis, and even mammary glands for milk, and uterus as well. They say same as land animals, and they say, did God forget while creating the above? I'm trying to think, like, did God forget?
I think he's saying that they're connected somehow. I mean, but that's all I can take from that. But I mean, that doesn't prove anything. There's mammals in the water and mammals on the land. That doesn't prove evolution. If that's
we have transitional records for where whales transition from land animals to ocean animals. So
yeah, they were
we have those transitional fossils.
There's a fox at one point, believe it or not.
You're saying it's a fox. No one else says it's a fox.
It was a fox animal.
That's because you're seeing patterns that aren't there.
I'm not saying it was a fox. I'm saying that the animal that they say transitioned to a whale was a fox creature. It looked like a fox. I'm not saying it was. A whale didn't transition from a fox. I'm saying that's what it was. So they want you to believe that a fox creature, a creature that looks like a fox, whether it's a fox or not, a fox creature transitioned to a whale. That's what they would have you believe. And that's rational.
Once again,
but they don't shapeshift, right?
There weren't foxes. They don't shapeshift. And you're seeing patterns, and you're making up your own interpretation of those in patterns, which is not scientific.
Go look up the whale transition. You'll understand what I'm saying. And I know you don't know it.
I understand what you're saying.
That's why you can't follow what I'm saying. But okay.
I understand what you're saying. I can follow what you're saying. You're seeing patterns that aren't there.
Not at all. No.
Yes,
whatsoever. You are.
You're seeing it looks like a fox.
You're seeing a fox turning into a whale.
It doesn't look like
evolutionary biologists call it a fox, kind of doggish kind of creature. They are the ones that say that.
Because they suck at explaining things.
Okay, I don't believe it, so I'm going to go by what they say.
What does this have to do with God?
Please, let's end this because I'm going crazy.
Next one. Let me just.
What does this have to do with Christianity?
This one came from Violent Dick.
About Jesus.
Says, what denomination are you?
Where is Jesus? Isn't that the most important thing here?
But like that, the other gentleman said before, I think that was a great point. I think there's truth in all the denominations, and there's things I don't agree with, but I think we all love Jesus, and that's what's important. That's what binds us together in the Christian brotherhood and sisterhood.
Yeah. And I'm looking at it right now. It looks nothing like a fox to me. So whatever.
Oh, that's what they say. Fox
you see fox, I don't see fox.
Obviously.
I don't see it that it even happened, but
this guy lies.
This one from Ain't My First Rodeo. They strike again, saying evolution is false. We did not evolve from animals. Ozian. We were made in the image of God. Ozian,
what's the point, dude?
No, but he can go falsify it if he wants to, and like, good luck.
Oh, did that crazy guy keep posting, Max?
Yeah.
I want to. I'd like to have brought up the chromosome 2 fusion thing, which totally obliterates evolution. And
you can't bring a new topic at the end of the debate.
Hopefully, I can do an evolution debate sometime. That'd be a lot of fun.
Great. Yeah, base theory, Grayson. He's very, very good at evolution. Yeah. Somebody like that. I'm not into evolution debates, but yeah, he would wreck your world in evolution.
Yeah.
Well, he believes in magic.
Grayson, if you're watching, like, share, subscribe.
The cognitive dissonance. He just said Grayson believes in magic. This guy is insane.
Joshua Jamie says there is a family that all have 6 fingers. Many cousins, brothers, and sisters. Many of them play guitar.
Because they can do extra chords.
Didn't expect that. That's good.
This one coming in from Tommy Boy 65. Wondering, is that in reference to the great 1995 comedy with Chris Farley? They say, what is your evidence for the existence of your God? What makes your evidence in particular any different from the Muslim or Mormons or anybody else from a particular religion? Like, in other words, what's your evidence for Christianity per se?
Oh, there's tons of evidence for Christianity. I think the argument that I gave at the start with the Christianity is the only one that explains a pluralistic God that shares all, I won't get into it again, but shares all those same features with what we understand about energy. So I think that is one thing that adds to the discussion, as well as all the scientific. I have a whole list of them here. We didn't get into them because it's a fast-paced debate, but there's a ton of evidence. You can check out my channel. I do a lot of that stuff.
I just want to say, I think your interpretation of the Trinity is considered heretical by every denomination I've ever heard explain the Trinity. They don't describe God as the mass or the matter energy equivalency under special relativity.
I didn't explain I showed that the Trinity shares similarities to this equation. I didn't explain the Trinity. God is the eternal being. Jesus, the Son, is the flesh, the body, the resurrected body, and the Holy Spirit is acting in our lives in accordance with after Jesus ascended to heaven. I understand the Trinity very well, a lot better than you understand evolution.
We have some pep in his step. Thank you very much. From Ain't My First Rodeo says, bring it on. I will falsify evolution. And Joshua Jamie says, do you understand how rare it is for an animal to die in a situation where it actually would even become fossilized, especially one with a deformity, namely an animal with a deformity?
So that's my whole point when I say that the snail outran the wolf, because that's exactly it. You would have to assume that all these trillions of productive species that got trapped in volcanic eruptions and, mudslides and floods, all these species that got trapped while these little guys flopped away from it and we can't find even one, right? That's the point. I understand fossilization is not something that happens easily, but the fact is we have trillions of it because it happened in the flood. But if evolution were true, we should have a lot more transitional fossils than we do productive species, hence exactly what Darwin said.
Bitter Truth says, James, I would love the debate with evidence of God, please.
No,
that's a possibility. Please. You can email me. I know you got my email. I could have sworn I tried to set something up, and I might be wrong on who this is, but I thought maybe you said you didn't want to use a camera.
Not more of
we are getting a little bit more strict on that, although I will say Heated Debates, if you guys remember him, popular Hindu debater, will be back on shortly.
No, not that guy again.
We give him a pass. If, frankly, to be completely candid, if you have a huge following, we'll break the rule. Like if PewDiePie asked.
No.
What was it? I was again.
I thought I debated with Bitar.
No,
maybe it was somebody else.
Bitter Truth? I'm not sure. Not on here, I don't think. I don't think
somebody else.
Here, but this one from Joshua Jamie says the six-fingered family was not a joke. It's a family in Brazil covered by BBC Earth, and many do play instruments. Okay, wow. So it was not a joke. The family and all the members of the family, or at least many of them, majority of them, have 6 fingers.
Yeah, they did a bunch of stories. AP, BBC.
Six-fingered man.
Yeah.
Well,
that's.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, no, that's. I mean, genetic deformities, especially through inbreeding. I mean, this is something that's very common. Which
why do you think
evolution theory? I mean, why? Oh, it's not through inbreeding.
Why do you think it's genetic deformity and inbreeding? It's just
because 6 fingers is usually associated with genetic. Humans don't have 6 fingers. We have 5. So when you get a human with 6 fingers, it's a genetic deformity in accordance with humanity.
Yeah, but it doesn't correlate with inbreeding.
Like a deformity would be if it makes them better at what they do, like playing guitars. It's actually a benefit.
A deformity has nothing to do with a beneficial or pro or con. It has to do with the fact that it's out of the norm of the species. Out of the norm of the species. That's a genetic deformity. Whether it's good or not,
I wouldn't call it deformity. But
some people could have 3 arms.
Are they humans?
I mean, that's still a genetic deformity. It's productive.
Humans?
Yes, they're still humans. That's exactly why it's a genetic deformity. Because
could it be the case that eventually, if there was enough people with 6 fingers, they went off on their own island, eventually over thousands of generations, they can no longer breed with other humans?
I don't know. Perhaps we'd have to wait and see.
Isn't there case between kinds where different kinds, even under your own view, can't breed between each other and produce offspring?
See, genetic changes happen. So if things can't breed with each other, so if you can watch my last video, the last debate, I actually go to my channel and watch what is a biblical kind. I explain all that. I'm not going to get into it all now. But yeah,
just answer that really quick. Yes or no?
I just did. Species can stop breeding. That doesn't. So a human is still a human if they can't breed. There's probably humans today that can't breed with it. We see things with blood types. A lot of people with certain blood types can't breed with each other. It causes miscarriages, and some people can't do it at all.
We're not talking about blood types. We're talking about
We're talking about exactly what you just said. I'm giving you an example of how that happens.
Well, we're not talking about just blood types in
specific
cases.
About something that's not real.
About a specific. We're talking about hypotheticals. A specific group of people that could diverge from the overall species where eventually they can't interbreed with the other group of people and they eventually become a different species.
Yeah,
is that possible under your view?
I'm saying that we don't need hypotheticals because that's, you know what I mean? I just explained how something like that could happen genetically. If blood types, if humanity went on long enough that these blood types were to mutate or something happened and it made that these people are unable to breed, then yes, populations could happen. But that doesn't mean they're not human. They're still humans. They still are humans. They're still our kind.
Right? There's different Homo sapiens, there's Homo sapiens. Homo erectus, Neanderthals, Decivores.
Now, is your argument, dude?
They're animals that we can observe. They're creatures that exist. The Neanderthal is nothing but a human, and all the evidence that's come out about Neanderthals,
they are humans. I just said that.
Well, sorry, human beings, Homo sapiens. All the evidence that's come out about Neanderthals being associated with Homo sapiens. If you still think Neanderthals were anything but a human.
Oh my lord, this guy.
This one from Ain't My First Rodeo Strikes Again says Trinity and has a sign of a 3-sided protractor. I think that's what that is. They say God the Father and God the Son and God the Holy Spirit, but it is even more than that. The Son is begotten from the Father and the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father. You can't define God. Interesting.
He's saying anytime you try to define the Trinity, you become a heretic. It's supposed to be just sort of like magic. You're just supposed to accept it as true. It depends on the denomination, I guess you are, but there's like a whole skit. If you go watch it, different denominations say all the other ones are heretical when you go define the Trinity.
This one from Violentix says, Ozian, what is the abyss hole on your wall?
That is a portal to where the Diego Garcia, where that plane disappeared through. Anyways, I did a show. There's a whole conspiracy about a plane. It's a joke. It's just a carpet on my wall.
Yeah,
it's a carpet. See, look, my
That's
hand
cool.
doesn't disappear at all. Nothing happens. Ah, damn, that hurt.
I commented on it too in the
It didn't
background.
No.
It's pretty cool.
No.
This one from Ain't My First Rodeo strikes again, says God is truth, way, and life,
like
the answer and the solution, the Messiah, cornerstone, Alpha and Omega, truth in all caps. Bring it on, please. You will get whooped. Jesus.
Oh shoot.
No.
I really wish James wouldn't read comments where people just preach in them. Like, just ignore those comments. Like, seriously.
True.
Joshua Jamie says
my favorite
every fossil is a transition fossil. And again, every animal is adapted to its environment. And those that are not will be far more rare because they will die before reproducing.
Yeah, it'll stop the chain. It'll end the road. You just said it right there. They'll die before they reproduce. It'll end the road. They have to reach this point. If you're going to go from one species,
no, shoot.
Actually transition from, say, a bird to a land animal, or a fish to a land animal, you have to go through these periods like we talked about earlier, where you're going to be an unproductive species. And yeah, you're right, they would die off and not exist, and we wouldn't see the creatures that we supposedly see through evolution today.
A canine cannot evolve into a feline.
Yeah, I know. That's not what I said.
This one
you said a dog into a cat. It can't happen under theory.
That's not what I said at all, man. Not even close.
Okay.
I think the people understand.
Bitter Truth says, my open challenge, evolution versus creation,
unfortunately.
evidence of or any creationist is to prove creationism. I will prove evolution.
People started sending super chats.
I don't know why. They didn't really.
This one coming in from Joshua Jamie says,
holy fuck, what is happening?
Bonobo apes to be more moral than humans.
Okay.
I think they're saying, hey, evidence of God, bonobo apes have even better ethics than humans. And this is kind of like not what you would expect on a Christian worldview.
Bonobos.
Because you'd think that if Christians have access to the Bible or they're created in God.
So there's societal apes, right? And they gang up and they kill other tribes and they brutalize them. No,
bonobos? No. I think bonobos. It did. Was it bonobos? Bonobos, right? BONOBOS.
Yes, that's what they're talking.
Either way.
Okay. Yes. So it was bonobos.
It was bonobos. Anyways, they're animalistic. I mean, I don't know about the. I'll definitely look it up because that's what you do when people bring evidence forth, is you look it up. So I'll definitely check that out.
You have never brought a single piece of evidence.
See what it's about, but I highly doubt that they have some sort of society that's more productive for, or sorry, that has some sort of objective morality comparable to humanity and Christianity. But I'll look it up for sure.
I don't think they said it was objective. They said they have a morality because
among their society, an objective morality that they all worked with.
Yeah. So like the question if it's objective, subjective is like, we know what morality is. I believe it's subjective. We can have disagreements on that, but that's a different argument.
We got to do that.
Yeah.
Juicy. This one coming in from Joshua Jamie says they do die off, and it's called extinction, and it happens all the time. Well, I want to come back to that because that was about an earlier question. But first, with regard to the question you just asked, that you were just talking about, namely bonobo apes, whether or not they do these murderous gang attacks on others. He said bonobo apes don't kill at all. So you know nothing about this.
Know nothing about the bonobo apes. See, but what I did there is I said that I would educate myself on these apes. I highly doubt what you're saying is accurate, but I will definitely go and look it up because that's what you're supposed to do. You don't just accept what people tell you, right? There's like Ozzy in my next debate bring the bonobo apes up and say that they're a great species and they're better than humanity. Right? No, I'm just using it as an example, right? But I'll go look it up, and if you're correct, then I'll think about it, and perhaps I'll do a video on it, because that's what you do when evidence comes your way.
If I did a debate on if morality exists or not, I might bring it up in a debate like that. But in a debate about if God exists or not, I don't think it's relevant to the debate. But you can look up bonobos are very interesting. They're closer to us than chimpanzees are when it comes to evolutionary genetically, a little bit closer than chimpanzees, and they actually have a lot of homosexual behavior, which is really interesting to see. But anyways, look it up. Trouble solving, they can solve puzzles, they can disarm traps. Pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, I'll check it out for sure.
This
yes,
one coming in from
Canadian.
Appreciate it. I mentioned the one that they mentioned. They said that these animals do die off. It's called extinction, and it happens all the time. And that wasn't about the bonobos. This is an earlier question where they had mentioned that
Bonobos.
you have 3 fossils, transitional, and again, every animal is adapted to its environment, and those that are not will be more rare because they die before reproducing.
Yeah, that's exactly. See, that's the same point. So yes, they do die off and they go extinct, and because of that reason, those things. I'm glad that he's at least acknowledging what I'm saying, right? He's at least acknowledging that they had to go extinct at that point. Then we wouldn't have anything left today, and we would certainly have some of these creatures in the fossils. But instead, we don't have one. We don't have one example of an unproductive species in the fossil record, like this gentleman writing knows exists.
Transitional species are not unproductive species. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes,
as species coexist, they were productive until they died off.
They're in between environments. They're unproductive to their environment. They have useless limbs potentially. There's things that are unproductive to their environment. It's the only possible way you can make a transition. Try to transition to anything, right?
When you don't need useless limbs to transitional species. They just have to be able to not procreate with macro species.
With macroevolution, you could just jump from one thing to another. But in the actual reality of evolution theory, I know, but you're pretending there is. In the actual reality of evolution theory, with small changes to allele frequencies, and genetic mutations, one by one, you're going to run into this problem. And it's not, people know that you're going to run into this problem. I mean, you just don't want to admit it, but people know that evolution needs transitional fossils. And that's why people say, I'm a transitional fossil, because it avoids the topic, and they know damn well that we don't have need to have.
No idea.
Every fossil is a transitional fossil. That's what.
Not according to
Darwin.
Deny it. Darwin didn't agree.
Doesn't matter. That's
Darwin was absolutely right. Oh, do you know more than Darwin about evolution?
Yes.
Yes, I know more about evolution.
You know more than Darwin. You don't even
200 years ago. Absolutely, I do. Darwin does not understand modern evolutionary theory. I understand more about modern evolutionary theory than Darwin is, because Darwin's been dead for 150 years.
No, you don't. Darwin. How come Darwin knew that we had the fossils that we should have, we don't have? But you understand. You can't even comprehend what I'm saying.
Modern evolutionary theory is not Darwinian evolution. You know that, right?
Yes, but it all stems from the same thing.
Okay,
a single-celled organism turned into a giraffe. There's no way around it, man. It is what it is, and we don't have the
organisms. You're a straw man again. Single-cell organism did not turn into a giraffe.
Okay. Did it change into a giraffe over a long, long time, far, far away ago?
It had transitional species all in between.
I'm so sorry.
Where are they in the fossil records? That's my point.
There were 5 of them I found.
Productive species. Get the picture book,
all
man.
Productive species.
Picture book. Get the picture book.
They don't have to be non-productive species. What are you talking about?
They have to be.
No, they do
See, you're acting as if these macro changes. That's just so funny, because you're explaining macroevolution, and then you go, no. That's what you're doing.
You understand, like one species can exist, and a population that species can diverge from that same species. This species can still exist, and this other species can exist too.
What does that have to do with what we're saying?
A species does not have to die off and become non-productive for evolution to exist.
I never said that at all.
Yeah.
Then why keep bringing it up?
Because when you make a transition from one environment to another, right? Not macroevolution, like you're saying. We just jump to the next minor evolution. Well, you are, sir. You are. You just don't understand it.
Oh my God,
because you're denying the fact that microevolution exists.
What's a species?
Oh what
defines a species?
They don't. There is no something that can reproduce amongst it. But the species doesn't really even have a definition, to be honest. But something that can reproduce amongst its kind.
Yes,
right?
A species is often defined as a group of organisms. No, we're talking science, not your made-up stuff from your Bible.
Species doesn't even have a definition.
It's right here. A species is often defined as a group of organisms that can produce naturally with one another and create fertile offspring.
Okay, so that's exactly what I said. First of all, second of all, like the analogy you made earlier, right? With what's it called, ring theory, right? You know what ring theory is? No, of course not. So, like ring theory is what you just explained earlier that you didn't know about. Is when species. No, you didn't. Species are no longer able to breed with certain members of their own species, right?
I understand that.
Exactly. So this is called ring theory, and this is something we observed. They did studies with lizards, right? So these are things we observed. So when you get ring theory, I forget what we're talking about. I lost track.
There's various ways that species transition to other species. Various ways.
Oh, yeah.
Evolutionary theory, right?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Okay. Sorry, James. Go ahead.
I will give you guys really quick rejoinders, and then we've got to go to the next question.
Let's end this.
Oh my God.
So I was saying.
Going on.
So when we were talking about the ring theory, you were saying that species change and they die off, and then the other ones go. But that's the point: is they stick when they change over to their environments, right? That's when you're going to find these minute changes that are going to render them obsolete to the environment they're in. Right?
I don't think
they don't have to change environments to evolve,
but they do. That's the point. You're right. They don't have to, but they do. So where's the proof? That's my point.
Dunning-Kruger.
I agree. They don't have to.
This one might be an opportunity. We're going to jump to this Joshua Jamie question or comment. It says, humans kill often, bonobos don't kill at all.
Bonobo.
And then they said, you highly doubt what I'm saying, yet they are well known as the hippie apes due to them not ever killing and using sex as trade.
Yeehaw.
Yeah,
sounds like an interesting species. I'll definitely check it out.
Like Ozian in a monkey suit.
This one I won't do my trans jokes like I normally do this time. Oh shit, I just did.
Oh my gosh, Ozian. Okay, this one very lewd. Joshua Javy says every species that has ever gone extinct is proof of unproductive species, and we have fossil of tens of thousands of them.
Yep.
No, they're productive species. They're productive to their environment. They're suited to their environment. They don't have the observable changes that they would have required to make the transition that would have rendered them obsolete. And I'm not saying that every single transition from one to the other needs to have this format, but they would have had these steps along the way that rendered them not as productive as they were. But because we have environment changes, and all the different species that supposedly evolved from a single cell, we're going to have so many examples of these useless, obsolete fossils. And that's fine. If they die away, they go extinct, fair enough, but they existed. So why is it that the wolves are outrunning them? That's the question.
Every fossil's unique.
Or they're outrunning wolves.
Every fossil's unique.
Oh my God.
That just falsifies your claim that they're not.
No, it's not. Unique is not the same thing. You're strawmanning everything.
No, because you are strawmanning the theory of evolution.
Not at all.
My good
not
sir.
At all. It's
absolutely, my good sir.
Evolutionary biologists
debate somebody who's an expert. You do not.
The evolutionary biologists understand what I'm saying. They know that there should be these, and Darwin knew it too. But you know more than Darwin.
Darwin has been there for 200
years. About modern evolutionary theory than Darwin did. Absolutely.
No, you don't.
Ain't my first rodeo. Sneaks in a last minute super chat, says science is just scientific method to prove math/science in a fallen world. Please, evolutionist, define science. Start with Plato, Socrates, and Aristotle, and then the Renaissance next. Science, quote unquote, man, Charles Darwin's evolution of species is dumb.
No, I'm not an evolutionist. I'm a naturalist. Science is a methodology to understand the nature of the world around us. We make an observation. We apply the laws of physics, the laws of nature to our observation. We make guesses. Then we do some type of observational testing, or we do some type of testing by manipulating independent variable and observing the outcome. With evolution, we make predictions about where we would find certain fossils in certain substrates. And it's not just one fossil we did this for. You picked one. I'm not familiar with all of them, but there's more than one. You should do a debate with like Grayson or something. He's definitely an expert on this. But with that being said, evolution is science. You can reject evolution, but evolution doesn't falsify God. So I would never say evolution is true, therefore God doesn't exist. It's not my argument. So I don't know why Christians in the United States continue to bring it up as if it's an argument against God. Because if it is, then we should believe God doesn't exist.
It's an atheistic driven argument with the goal to eradicate God from the hearts and minds of the populations.
No,
it's not real. There's no evidence for it, but it's taught in schools. Well, they tell us that intelligent design is harmful to teach to children, but we'll teach them about shapeshifters floating around on a random planet with no purpose and somehow have objective morality. I don't know.
You're just a stupid dude. Like, this is the Kent Hovind dumbed down. So this argument is absolutely horrible.
Science is an individual process to know something, right?
I understand what I was saying.
I did understand it. You're saying that science doesn't have to be in a lab. Science is something that you can observe, test, and repeat. I can do science right here.
It was a conspiracy theory that you're saying that evolution is being taught to deny God. That's a conspiracy theory.
Is intelligent design allowed in school?
This is ridiculous.
The conspiracy theory is that evolution is out there to deny God.
He's pissed because they don't teach creationism anymore.
God. No one who's rational in philosophy of religion debates uses evolution to disprove God. When do you ever see an atheist philosopher of religion make an argument that says evolution is true, therefore God is false? The only people that
Richard Dawkins, Aaron Ra. Richard Dawkins, Aaron Ra.
Are they philosophers of religion?
No. I think Aaron Ra is a biologist now, isn't he? And evolutionary biologist Richard Dawkins. And they're saying that evolution theory disproves the Bible and God. So you just debunked your own claim.
I did not, because they are not philosophers of religion. They're lay people when it comes to philosophy of religion. They don't understand the philosophy of religion. By golly, they deny even having beliefs, which is
absurd. They have more sway in the education systems through their activism than any philosopher will ever have in history. So my point is, school is pushing out God, bringing in these crazy ideas with the objective of eliminating God from schools and from the population.
Because they're not the ones in control of the education system. Just because a couple of irrational atheists are making some argument that says evolution falsifies God, which no atheist philosopher of religion makes, because they're not stupid, because no rational person would make such an absurd argument, because evolution doesn't falsify God, the age of the universe doesn't falsify God, Big Bang cosmology doesn't falsify God. No scientific argument falsifies God. It would be absurd to make the claim that it does, which is why I don't make those claims, because I am not absurd. So when you're coming to me and making these arguments, you're straw manning my position. My argument that God doesn't exist is that naturalism is true. Therefore, I'm justified in accepting the claim that the belief, because I accept beliefs are just, you can justify beliefs. These are
Why am I getting lag?
Science. That's called logical positivism, logical empiricism. Logical empiricism is self-refuting. It is absurd. It was rejected 100 years ago. I'm not a logical empiricist, and it is absurd. I can attain knowledge through other methods than through the scientific method. When I said you're a conspiracy theorist, that is not a scientific claim. that is because you don't have the evidence to draw the connection between some nefarious plan between evolution and denying God, because by golly,
you cut also the best
evolution is true and still believe in the existence of God. And you're trying to say it's some nefarious plot. It is not. It's absurd. You're a conspiracy theorist. It is irrational. People should reject your argument that evolution falsifies.
Let's go, us.
God. The age of the universe falsifies God. Big Bang cosmology falsifies God. Because if science falsifies God, then your God doesn't exist. And you have no rational basis for accept that God exists. And it's an absurd argument. No rational person makes those arguments. The people that do are irrational. I'll see that to their faces.
Okay, so why is intelligent design not being taught in school? One, and two, why is it that if you bring up things like intelligent design in academia, you are absolutely squashed? Atheists always point out, why isn't there any research on God in academia? Because it's squashed. It's not a conspiracy theorist. They do push God out. They act like it's some crazy, ludicrous idea that has no place in the science labs, right? And we can discover, why is it that genetic similarities has
Oh my lord, the waffling on this guy.
all shape-shifting and evolution,
I will
but then
say
you
the reason why
eliminate
we
all the
don't teach
possibilities through
creationism and
the
stuff is
biblical
because then we'd
narrative
have
and
to teach
intelligent
all
design.
religions
They
in
push
school.
that stuff out of the school and they bring
It would
in
take forever.
evolution. Hence, they're using evolution to push out that, which is my whole point. So I don't know why you're calling everyone a conspiracy theorist when you can't even see what's in front of your face. This country, the West was Christian. It's been pushed out by atheistic evolutionary ideas.
Oh my lord.
Intelligent design is not science. It is
see, exactly. You're indoctrinated. It is.
It is
post-fiction. Go to the next one. I hate to do this, guys.
Yeah,
Joshua Jamie says they aren't productive. That's why they went extinct.
I want to thank all of you for
thousands of
keeping me
them
company.
recorded.
I would
You
have
are
gone
just
do something else.
obviously wrong.
We have already answered this so many times. All right, I'm sorry. I'm wrong.
This one coming in from...
They're not there. Sorry, yeah, they're not there. I mean, addressed that a bunch of times. They're
people
not.
That worry, people worried in the audience, I'm upset or I'm going to have a heart attack. I am not. Just heated, passionate about the topic.
Just passion.
I like your passion. And this one from Gaius Husky says, "Hey, evidence of God, evolutionary scientists get Nobel Prizes while you and your kind give you."
No! The comment said, while you and your kind get participation trophies.
Each other participation trophies. You mad, bro?
See, that's exactly what I just explained to Ozian. They push the intelligent design and try to get funding for intelligent design. It'll never happen. But then the atheists turn around and say, see, they can't do nothing. But the best part about all of it is there's me and there's so many other people. Like, I have lists of this stuff, right? What I brought today, it was short form. You can go to my channel. But even though they're trying to push God out, they're still making discoveries that's confirming the Bible, and they don't even realize it, right?
Oh my Lord!
Yeah, it's not a conspiracy theory. They're pushing intelligent design. They won't allow it. They won't fund it, and they won't let them publish it unless it's in like Answers in Genesis. But like, whoopty.
What do you think the religious belief is of most people that want to
watch that? You watch it all the time.
Most of them are Christians, but they want to keep their jobs. Yeah. They don't talk about intelligent design. What do you think most of the people that have been fired from academia?
I can explain why we don't teach intelligent design, but it's not the topic. We can have a debate on intelligent.
Because you say it's not science, right? That's what you just said. You said it's not science.
No, I didn't say it's not science. It's not using the scientific method is the problem with intelligent design. I've done a video on it. You go to my channel, look at all the videos on Ozian Talks. It's not on Matters Now, where I talk about intelligent design. It's because of that. If they could demonstrate it and produce papers that could be peer reviewed and substantiated, it would become a theory. But they use circular reasoning to justify intelligent design, which is the problem with intelligent design. It doesn't make any predictions about the future, which
it does.
Evolution does.
There's so many predictions in the Bible, man. Evolution makes a prediction that we're going to find a Komodo dragon in the mud, and all of a sudden there's Nobel Prizes handed out, and everybody's clapping, and it's and it's fact now, right? But the Bible makes thousands of predictions, like abiogenesis, the water, for instance. Let the water bring forth a moving creature that have life, right? Let the fowls.
He's going full circle to stuff that he already said. I'm so bored.
He's going to talk about the
theory was even thought of, but that prediction is irrelevant to you, right? Because we found a Komodo dragon in the mud, right? Like it's just it's totally unfair and irrational, is what it is.
It's not a scientific prediction. So this is the same argument I got in with the deer.
In regard science?
Here, let me. Is a mustard seed the smallest seed? You want me to do a science argument? Mustard seed is not the smallest science. The Bible is not a science textbook. It's not designed to teach you science. Is to type.
That would be fun. Watching Nadir against this guy, I think the world would explode.
Culture you live in and stuff like that. It's not there to teach you science.
So that the mustard seed. So if you look at the orchid seeds, right? The orchid seeds are little pods that float through the air, and orchids don't plant in the ground. There's very specific terrestrial orchids.
I don't know why my internet is failing so hard.
And when you're dealing with terrestrial orchids, which means in the ground, which also germinate for, I think, 9 months. 9 months of germination, which means it's expanding in the earth. The mustard seed takes 7 days. So if you want to talk about what Jesus actually said, it's the smallest of seeds when sown in the ground, he was right. It's bigger than the orchid seed after germination, and it's bigger. And most of the orchid seeds, they don't grow on land. They don't grow on land. They grow on trees. They grow on moss. They grow on beaches. They don't grow in the land.
There's many seeds smaller than the mustard seed. The point being, it's a moral lesson that Jesus is teaching his followers that from small things, because the people that knew what a mustard seed, what is the smallest seed that they knew that existed, so that even the smallest seed that basically that exists can grow into this big thing. It's not the biggest thing a seed goes into. There's many seeds that are smaller than it, but it's an analogy to give a moral lesson about how to live your life. And it's this: you can take this small idea, this small concept about love, faith, this wonderful, beautiful thing we're trying to create as a community. And it can grow and blossom and become this worldwide religion that you were bragging about in beginning. So trying to say it's a scientific claim and trying to justify it as a scientific claim leaves the door open for me to use science to falsify the Bible.
Please do. Please do. See what you just did there. You just went, I'm going to debunk this claim. And then I showed you exactly what Jesus said and what the actual reality is. And then you went, wait. You went, then no, it's a metaphor. Annie. That's what you did.
Here, I found 3 seeds.
What size are they? How big are they?
They're all smaller than the mustard seed.
How big are they?
Holy
0.5 millimeters? 0.5 millimeters?
They're like dust.
Mustard seed goes down to the 0.5 millimeters. So how big are they?
They're smaller than 0.5 millimeter.
What are they? Read them.
What does this have to do with Christianity?
I'll do the research for you since you didn't do it. So no, hold on.
Go for it. I want to hear this.
And then we'll go to the
That's not the lesson of the story.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to skip it, right? Because I have done the research, and you got the poppy seed, which is pretty close to the mustard seed, and then you got the orchid seeds, which are tiny in comparison.
But they don't. You want me to falsify it? Okay, so let's see this. I'll look it up then. Go ahead, James.
Ain't my first rodeo, thanks for your super stickers. And also, they said Ozian equals absurd and illogical. The other guy has evidence. Jesus is always truth.
My the fanboys.
Do you agree?
If you believe Jesus is always truth, then it must follow that I'm saying something that's false. I don't agree. I believe I'm saying what. No, that's a good question. Like, if God exists, then I'm wrong.
This one from thought I saw one from someone new. It was Gayest Husky. They say ID, intelligent design, is not in science because it has zero evidence. EOG, zero results. Quit whining. Internet equals forever. Don't let your legacy be people seeing you being a man-child beta cuck. I added the beta cuck part. Okay, we'll give you a chance to respond.
Could you? I'm sorry, I caught the end of it. I was reading. Could you just repeat like the first sentence?
They say intelligent design has zero evidence or results.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, I disagree 100%. Intelligent design is flooded with evidence. There's far more evidence to suggest a creator in intelligent design than there is anything. That's why it's funny, because a lot of evolutionary biologists say, when it comes to evolution, I don't like to say believe. Well, I'm sorry, but when it comes to intelligent design, I don't like to say believe, because the evidence is overwhelming for intelligent design. And I encourage everybody to go read the Bible and seek out what it says in the sciences, and you'll see for yourself.
So you don't accept it as true?
What, the Bible?
You don't accept intelligent design or the Bible is true?
Right.
Belief means something you accept.
A belief can be something that is true, absolutely.
Because they're absurd.
Fuck. What is happening? Between...
Because they misuse words.
It's absurd, but
I'm going
because they live in the United States. Because you live in the United States, where you got a bunch of Christians that say belief is only based on faith. So they don't like using the word belief. So they deny the word of belief is even a word. Belief is just something you accept as true, and a rational belief has justification for it.
Yes, for you might be a nice guy that just wants, everybody to be happy and believe what you want. But for a lot of these atheists fair enough. But a lot of these atheists, they say these things because they have sway in academia. They have sway over the minds, and they admit they want to eradicate religion. So you call it a conspiracy, but yet the people in academia
openly
this
have to do with proving they don't want religion. I'm sorry, I have to say it again.
Who?
I get it. You're upset that in academia.
Aaron Ra, Forrest Valkai, pretty much everyone on those atheist shows admit they want to eradicate.
Oh, it's not in academia.
Forrest Valkai is an evolutionary biologist. Aaron Ra is an evolutionary biologist. What are you?
In academia.
That's not academia. Forrest Valkai works in labs. He works on evolutionary. He's an evolutionary biologist. He has a channel. He works in labs, and he runs an atheist show.
He's mad because he just has 300 followers, and these people are more popular than him. So this is just him just raging because they're more popular than me.
Well, I also want to point out that this is what an appeal to authority looks like.
You're just angry with online internet.
I'm not angry with them. You asked me a question, and I told you. They openly admit they don't want religion.
I'm still trying to find smallest seeds.
They say it's harmful, and they want to eradicate it. This is the academic consensus, and this is a problem, sir.
We're so consumed with Christianity that when you look up smallest seeds, all it talks about is friggin' orchids and mustard seeds.
I know. It's pretty bad.
Friggin' stupid. Maybe I'll use ChatGPT. It'll probably be easier.
Thanks for your super sticker. Ain't my first rodeo. And then I think we're pretty much caught. And then we have this one came in much earlier. Thanks again for your super stickers. They're very beautiful. And AS says, can you ask evidence of God if he's okay with his children in order for God to teach him a lesson? Because sometimes people talk about I think they call it soul building idea of the problem of evil, namely that could God be using this to kind of scratch a person, make them more wise, and they endure suffering. So they say, can you ask evidence of God if he's okay with his children dying of cancer in order to quote unquote teach him a lesson? I think they're saying, like, what would your response personally be if you were in that situation?
I mean, like, I don't want anything to happen to my child. Of course not. It would be devastating to me. But unfortunately, this world is the way it is, and we all learn from our experiences, and they help us grow. And someday, when I pass away, my child will learn from those experiences. And this is the way of humanity. It's the way of God's plan. I don't pretend to understand why God created this, but I do understand that God is a lot more intelligent than I do. And when I look at the big picture, it all seems to make sense, the reason we have suffering, even though I don't understand the purpose of it. But as far as the biblical narrative, suffering makes sense.
I found the answer for the question, the smallest seeds. So I was like, so the 10 smallest seeds are orchid seeds, number one, epiphytic bromeliads, begonia, alpinia, dwarf ginger, Pukiri, Primola, Lobelia, Poppy, Petunia.
Can you read
and the mustard seed are tied for the 10th smallest, between 1 to 2 millimeters. What's that?
Read the sizes.
The smallest is 0.1 to 0.3 millimeters, 0.2 to 0.3 millimeters, 0.5 to 1 millimeter, 1 to 2 millimeters, 1 to 2 millimeters, 1 millimeter, 1 millimeter.
Yeah, see, so a mustard seed can go all the way down to 0.5 of a millimeter. It says on there, and it only germinates for 7 days. So yeah, online they have that because they don't want you, right? So I got a bag of them and I measured them because I'm obsessive like that. Yeah, and some of them go down to 0.5 in diameter, and you can they lie, man. They lie on there because
your measurement.
Oh my!
Go get yourself. Buy a bag on Amazon. Go on Amazon, get a bag of mustard seeds, and measure them yourself.
But they could be like chipped and stuff like that.
So, and then they germinate for 7 days. If you look at all those are going to germinate probably for weeks to months, right? Like the orchid seed can germinate for up to 9 months. While it's germinating, it's expanding in the earth. And Jesus says the smallest of all the seeds in the earth when sown. Right? He doesn't just say it's the smallest. He gives specific criteria in the earth when sown, right? So once you sow the seed in the earth, then it's the smallest. That's what he says.
Well, now you got 9 other seeds to falsify.
He loves to put
but they're all similar. They're all comparable sizes.
Did you buy them all and see if they had smaller ones that were smaller?
No, maybe I'll do that.
So you just found one seed that was
that dude moved those goalposts so fucking fast.
It says here they fall within a range.
They're all comparable to the mustard seed, and then you got to look at the germination. But I'll go through them and I'll look at that. And you know, when it goes to the verse, anyways, Jesus is talking about a farmer that sows his crops. So it's real, but people bring this up all the time. So people bring this up all the time as an issue. And like you just read, they're all comparable.
Not
to
an issue.
It's not an issue, no, because I guarantee that when it's germinated in the earth, I guarantee it's got smaller germination.
Why did I bring up the mustard seed? Why did I bring it up? What was my argument?
Because you tried to debunk it. You did you said this debunks the Bible. And then when I told you that, then you went, oh, it's metaphorical.
No, wrong. I never said it debunked the Bible.
Yes, you did. That's what you said.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did, sir.
No, that would go back and rewind.
I did.
Watch it again. I never said it refuted the Bible.
Yes, you did. You said, if you want to do this, then I can do it right now. That's exactly how you said it.
That wasn't my point. My point is the Bible is not a science book.
Yep.
The story of the mustard seed is not about actually what the smallest seed in the world was. The story of the mustard seed is about how you can plant small things in a
community. I understand what the verse is about. Absolutely. I know.
No, it has nothing to do with the scientific claim about what the smallest mustard seed is. So guess what? If the mustard seed is not the smallest seed, it doesn't mean the Bible's false.
No, it doesn't. But when people bring it up, I like to look into these things because people bring them up. And when I look into them, I get to actually think about what Jesus actually said. And then I get to observe what we actually have and make my decision from there. Whether Jesus was speaking metaphorical or not is irrelevant because people are bringing that up as like you did in this debate as a way to say they're debunking the Bible.
No,
but in fact, they're not.
No,
you're lying because I specifically said it doesn't debunk the Bible.
Well, now you're
lying about what I said.
Now you did. Not before.
From the very beginning. From the very beginning, I said it didn't falsify the Bible. I said it falsified your claim that the Bible was scientific.
Yep.
I said it falsified your claim.
That's what you're saying. You're falsifying the Bible with science. You said I'm falsifying the Bible with science. Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
The Bible's not a scientific test.
I say it is.
Scientific book.
I say it follows science. You say it doesn't.
So then now we got to the truth of the matter is I didn't say it falsified the Bible. I said it falsified your absurd claim, which is the same claim that the deer makes. The deer says, so here we go. Jesus says not to wash your hands before you eat.
Did you really want? I wrote a debate for Nadir. Hey. That's how because I was talking to James. If Nadir wants to debate, I will, but I'm not going to go into everything for about this. But everything can be understood. You want to get into the washing hands? Do you want to do this?
I understand. Did you watch my debate with Nadir and defended Christianity?
I'm not sure.
Did you watch my debate with Nadir where I defended Christianity against Nadir and argued that neither the Quran or the Bible was a scientific textbook, that people that are subjected to science, subjected to falsification, subjected to crisis of faith within the community. It's why you got so many fundamentalist children who suffer from crisis of faith. That's why you got so many friggin' angry atheists in the United States denying they have beliefs. Is because people like you out there saying you must take the Bible literally, when most Christians in the world don't take the Bible literally. Why is it the atheists up here arguing that you can accept Christianity as true? You can accept Jesus as your savior. You can accept Jesus rose from the dead without accepting the Bible as a friggin' scientific textbook. It's absurd.
Well, thank you, sir, for defending Christianity by saying it's not true. Well, we're all grateful to you. You know, just because the
Bible wasn't true, I never said I argued the Bible wasn't true. I said I argued the Bible wasn't a science textbook.
And I'm saying it is. And so are many Christians.
Well, I'm denying your claim, sir.
And you're wrong.
Yeah, let's
from Bitter Truth says, do you mean all species were designed intelligently?
I'm cool.
What evidence do you have that this is true?
All species were like go watch my video about biblical kinds. I can get into it, but the biblical kind described in the Bible regarding the blood types is far more. I bet one day we're going to categorize species by their blood types, because it's the only unchanging variant that can separate a species. We're all separated by our blood type, sizes, viscosity, counts, right? It's all separated into the species. We can't cross blood, yet a human can hook up, providing we're the same blood types, but we're all the same species. We can hook each other up and walk around, right? But I can't do that with a chimp. A chimp is supposedly our closest relative, but why can't I pump a needle in my arm and walk around?
Oh my God, this guy is so dumb. I need this debate
with them like I can a human. Blood types are what determines species. It's the best way to determine it. It's always set to its own species, and the Bible describes that, as you can see in my video. Species doesn't exist. That's what we were talking about ring species before, is because to prove that a species doesn't exist.
What blood type does a slime mold have?
Well, so it's an oxygen intake system. Go watch my video. It explains about
what blood type does a slime mold have?
It's an oxygen intake system. That's what blood is.
No.
So go watch.
So you're just redefining blood to be whatever you want it to be.
Blood is an oxygen. Blood is an oxygen. What is blood, man?
You're just redefining blood to be whatever.
Blood is an oxygen intake. You know, red blood cells don't have DNA. They're one of the only cells because it's designed for oxygen intake. That's what it is. It's an oxygen intake system. That's what red blood cells do, is they carry oxygen throughout the body. Right?
That's what red blood cells do. What red blood cells do slime molds
they have their own oxygen. They breathe oxygen as well. Slime molds also intake oxygen, just like everything else.
Redefining blood to see.
I'm not. I told you to watch my video. The kinds are separated by the kinds. The organisms that have blood are defined this way. The organisms that don't have blood are defined this way, but it's all based on oxygen intake systems.
No, it's not.
So you just make up your own definitions and your own science.
How's it science? Do you believe that we don't breathe in oxygen? Do you believe everything on Earth doesn't intake oxygen? Is that your position?
Yes, there are.
Slime molds
That's not science. They take in oxygen, though.
Slime molds don't have blood.
Do they take in oxygen?
They don't have blood.
Yeah, exactly. See, you just don't want to talk about it because I got you. You know you're wrong.
No, I got you. Slime molds don't have blood.
I explained. You don't know what blood is, man. Blood's purpose is oxygen.
You cannot reduce everything to blood type.
You can reduce it to oxygen intake systems because this Earth is based off of oxygen. This is how every organism on Earth survives on oxygen.
Are you sure?
Everyone.
Extremophile. So all extremophiles.
There's one thing that they said, but that thing has organisms that do breathe oxygen that it relies on to survive, that live on it. So, I mean, just because, so they say, but why does it rely on oxygen breathing organisms stuck to its body to survive? Just because, see, science is always changing, right? We're always learning new things, right? So just because you say today this is how something is, it's more likely that, like everything else on Earth, nothing survives without oxygen.
So anaerobic extremophiles don't require oxygen.
I just explained that to you. And they have organisms, they do require oxygen. They have organisms that live on them that they require to live on them that intake oxygen. So just because they say they don't use oxygen right now, they have to convert that to energy somehow. And that's what they're doing. And the oxygen is doing it for them somehow, some way, I guarantee.
So some other life form. So animals work together.
Yeah.
So like we have to eat other animals. So
Jesus Eber Martinez, thank you very much, says science says Adam is equal to XY. So Eve of his rib, Eve is equal to XY. First trans woman. Mary is XX chromosomes. So no Y chromosome. Jesus is XX. So they say this is the first trans male. I think they're saying, like, if you...
James, come on.
I guess they're trying to challenge you, evidence of God. And they say, or is it magic? Evidence of God, how would you respond?
I mean, genetics change. There's people that have XXY. There's all kinds of different combinations. So just because, I understand that the male has to pass the Y, but there are genetic anomalies that happen. What if Mary had an XXY? And then she passed on the Y to Jesus. Like, we don't know.
What if?
I believe it was miraculous. Obviously, a virgin birth. That's my stance on it. But if you want to talk about it from a genetic perspective, I mean, it's not impossible.
Well, there's not enough. 2 humans aren't enough to reproduce enough humans on the planet, anyways.
Yep.
This one coming in. Let's see. I think we're pretty much caught
up. I do reject that question, though. Like, transgenderism is psychological and biological. It's not reducible to their chromosomes.
Ozian has all the chromosomes. Now, we want to say we appreciate all of our guests and their chromosomes. I want to say, folks, thanks for watching. We really do appreciate it. If you haven't yet, if you've enjoyed this debate, which I think you have, you've been hanging out here for a long time, folks. It's been a 2-hour, 45-minute debate. Hit that like button. And also, whether you watch on YouTube or if you're listening to the podcast, you can find our guest links in the description below after this debate is done. I want to encourage you, even if you disagree, there's value in going and hearing it straight from the horse's mouth. If you go to their channels, even if you disagree, you can actually truly study it in terms of, you could say, the primary source. Like, it's good to have an awareness of what other people are saying. It's bad when you get to the point of, like, long story short, I just want to encourage you to, at least if you're going to criticize it, know what you're criticizing. Let's put it that way. I want to say it's been a true pleasure, folks. Huge thank you to Ozian and Evidence of God. It's been a tremendous debate. So thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ozian great, but Evidence of God is an absolute moron.
Study William Lane Craig, too, as a Christian, if you're a Christian.
I do watch William Lane Craig. I know he's an evolutionist. I do. He's not one of my favorites, but yeah, I do watch him. I knew you.
This one from Ain't My First Rodeo snuck a last one in. It looks like, I can't tell if this is Greek. He says, Lisas esta via veritas. The rest looks like it's in Greek, and then says, Jesus es camino, verdad y vida. I think that's saying Jesus is the truth and the life.
James surprised me with understanding Spanish and pronouncing it well right there.
Atheist, Muslim, you name it. We're glad that you were here at Modern Day Debate. We're a neutral channel, and we have big aspirations for the future as we want to provide a neutral platform so that everybody can make their case on a level playing field. So stick around, folks. I'll be back in just a moment with some quick updates just to get to chat with you one-on-one in the live chat. Stick around, and I will be back after I let our guests go. One last thank you. It's been a true pleasure, Ozian and Evidence of God.
All right. Oh my God, finally. That was painful. this evidence of God, and I tend to never insult anyone, but this evidence of God guy, he's a fucking idiot. I'm sorry. I said it throughout all the debate. He just makes claims. He's like a dumber Kent Hovind. It's absolutely insane. And then he went full conspiracy mode at the end of the debate, like, they're trying to hide God, and why do they teach intelligent design? And Forrest Valkai and shit, they have more subscribers than me. Dude, oh my.
He said he doesn't watch Answers in Genesis, but everything he was talking about was stuff that Ken Ham says all the time.
Yes.
And those people in the Answers in Genesis. And he even said it, admitted to it at the end.
Yeah, and just like straight up lying, like, dude, oh my God. So, how are you?
I'm good. A lot of passion in that debate, but I'm passionate about that topic. Like yeah. You don't have to reject evolution. You don't have to reject the age of the universe to be a Christian or be a theist, which is my main driving. I didn't even get into my argument. I did an inductive and evidential argument for God or for problem of evil. I had an old presentation set up, like 17 slides to go through, but then he went into this whole like E equals MC squared equals God. I'm like,
oh my, yeah, that's dumb. That's
like he's like the nadir of Christian. Like,
yes. Yeah, I was saying during the debate, because we paused a little bit because like he was waffling and preaching and shit. So we paused a little, and I said that this guy should debate Nadir, and the world might explode right there. Oh, wait. 1 second. Robin gifted one membership. Thank you, Robin, so much. And she also said, my daughter graduated tonight, so I missed the debate. Congratulations to you for having raised your daughter to be able to graduate, and to your daughter for having graduated. That was painful for us. We were all kind of suffering. But Dr. J said that he felt that this was a good debate, and I'm going to ask him all about that in just a few. Give us your initial thoughts, Billy, and then we'll go around the panel.
Well, I pretty much just want to say, Ozian, good job. I pretty much said in the pre-show that he was just going to bring up creationism, and I didn't say intelligent design, but that's what it entails. And they used to teach it in school, and then they stopped doing it. So they did teach it in school at one point in time. So, and now they teach evolution. So, I mean, you can still learn about creationism if you go to Bible, if you go to Christian schools, you can learn about creationism if you really want to. So, but not in public schools.
Let's be clear, intelligent design is different from creationism. Intelligent design is where they're trying to make creationism into science. It's really, to me, it's like it's a grift, I think. It's not a legitimate scientific endeavor. And you can go to my other channel, Ozian Talks, where I talk about it. It's one of the Atheist Experience channels. They have a whole website that talks about it. It is not legitimate. Christians don't even really take it seriously. Most Christians don't. It's just, anyways.
Well, yeah,
I want to point that out. It is different.
Not mainstream, yeah. That's
creation. There is such thing as theistic evolution, but that is not intelligent design. Theistic evolution is like, I believe evolution is true. I just think God caused the necessary conditions for evolution to exist, or God was the spark for abiogenesis, or God created the souls, or whatever.
And they don't take the Bible literally. They use it as like for their morals and stuff like that, like not like related to science stuff.
But both intelligent design and theistic evolution are forms of creationism. Creationism broadly is just the idea that either the world, the universe as a whole, was created by some sort of intelligence, or life specifically, at least, was created by some sort of intelligence. That's all creationism broadly is. There's young Earth, there's old Earth, there's theistic evolution, there's intelligent design. but they're all forms of creationism.
Yeah, intelligent design is garbage. That's why it's not taught in school.
Yeah. So next up, Batman, give us your initial thoughts on the debate.
I was during it contemplating getting some Tylenol because I wasn't sure I was going to get a headache or not. I mean, personally, I think he was all over the place. Like, I think overall he didn't kind of stay on topic for the most part. I know you, Ozian, you try to keep things to the topic the best you can, but it's kind of hard to, keep the other person, on topic when they got so much, but which I kind of find is a form of ADHD. You kind of get distracted and go a different direction. I do that all the time, but overall, I don't know. It just felt like, he was bringing up stuff that, like the slime mold stuff. I was like, what does this have to do with the topic? Like, what are we talking about here? Like, it'd be good for another topic, another type of debate, but that's not the thing you should be talking about at that moment, So overall, I mean, it was interesting to watch, but I felt like it kind of overall, like he just wasn't staying on the actual topic of the debate for the most part.
So. Yep. All right, and I have before I send it over to Dr. J, Sumi Tomato sent us on the Matters Now Discord, and I'm going to share my screen for just a second. The kimono dragons.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I posted a few myself.
Thank you so much. Who done it? Oh, this one is impressive. So we have a bunch of kimono dragons and Mogi. So thank you for all. This was like the funnest part of the debate.
Yeah, I posted a few myself.
Do you think I pissed off half the atheists by dogging on Aaron Ra and?
No, I think it's okay that it's absolutely justified, and we don't share their views.
Yeah,
but he made himself look foolish when he literally cried about them having a bigger influence than he has with like 300 subscribers on YouTube.
Yeah, and I will say on the whole thing, what we just said is personally for me. I like it when people call people out on things. I think that's actually the best way to improve yourself is to be like, yeah, maybe he's correct what he just said. Maybe I should reevaluate the way I do things, So, I think any rational person will take what you said and, think about it instead of just being like, oh, I'm offended.
Aaron, I like you, Aaron, but you deny having beliefs, dude. Like, that's just weird to me.
That is insane. Dr. J. You on our internal chat here seem to have a very different opinion than most of us on the panel. So take it away. It's all yours. You're muted on the app.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting. Sorry. Yeah, and this is why. So I'll just try to explain it from my perspective.
Sure.
So I don't know if this is how it went for him, but this is how it went for me to a degree. Grow up, you're in a Christian home, you learn about God or whatever. Then you learn about creation, and people tell you that science is bad, or not science is bad, but the evolution thing is kind of meant to bring Christianity down. You get to all the adults in your life tell you this. And these adults are trustworthy, meaning like in the rest of your life, they have treated you well. Like they're not bad people. When they say they're going to pick you up from soccer practice, they do, and they pay for your clothes. And, they are good people to you, and they tell you these things are true. And to the best of their knowledge, they probably are. And so then you grow up and then you say, okay, well, these are really great people. And if I abandon these beliefs, I am somehow abandoning these people. And these people are very valuable and very important. And so therefore, you're going to be quite entrenched. And then if he had an education like mine, you don't really know the Bible very well. Like I had a fine education, like I did well on my ACT, but as far as the science and whatnot, you don't have much of an education or know how it works. And when you do learn about it, you learn about it in a certain way that it's like you learn about it, you assume they don't know that much, and then you usually take like a shorthand of everything and then very quickly get to the, well, they're doing the evolution thing because they're motivated to deny God. And you're in kind of a social group that's like, obviously God's true. It's just obviously true. We all believe it. It's just totally obviously true. So you say, well, why could these, why do atheists deny it? And you come up with a reason, and you get a shorthand reason. And the shorthand reason you're given is that they're trying to find a way to deny the Bible. And then it makes sense that the evolution is sort of a tool that is used to deny the Bible. And so then you learn about it, you get good at it, you read Ken Ham's books, or that's what I did or whatever, and you learn it more and more and more. So for example, I remember being on an airplane one time and sitting next to an evolutionary biologist of some kind. He worked in a lab, and I said I didn't believe in evolution, and he said, well, what about when they, found RNA or whatever? I said, yeah, that makes sense. But I said, there's this really smart guy who'd done a lot of work, and he had a lot of knowledge, and he had a lot of experience, and then he created RNA in a lab. Does that sound like evolution, or does that sound like, an intelligence creating something? And at that moment, he didn't have an answer for me at all. Like, obviously, he wasn't like prepped for a debate with some, high schooler or college student or whatever age I was. And so he just like left it there. And at that moment, I'm like, I know a lot about this. I totally got this guy on this. And then I had a woman come to me who heard this discussion I had. She's, you did such a good job. That was just such a good job you did with their so on and so forth. So you get very, very entrenched, and you get to where you're like really sure you're right. And actually, when you get made fun of and you get mocked and you get told you're stupid, you get more entrenched, more and more entrenched. So even the way you guys reacting was very fun to watch. You guys, you're mad at him. You're saying he's stupid. You're saying he's an idiot. You're saying he's a liar. I'm like, no, I was him. I was him 20 years ago. And if you would have heard me talk, you would have all called me stupid. You would have said I was a liar. You would have said I was ingenuine. You would have said all those mean things about me too. And all it would have done was entrench me deeper, because I would have said, who are the good people in my life? Who are the people that are nice to me, that care about me? They're the ones that say evolution is not true and that literal six-day creation or whatever is correct. So that's how I view someone like him when I debate them. I view him in that way. And I think, well, how could he maybe understand that he doesn't have a very good education about things like evolution? He just has a really crappy education about it. Like, being very nice to him is going to be the only way that he's going to even give you the time of day to consider. Because otherwise, you're just pushing him back to the people that are really nice to him, which is probably his family and friends that believe in Christianity. So anyway, that's why I think that debate is so interesting to watch.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I understand. But the problem is that I have very low tolerance for people who just lie, and he tried to gaslight us.
How is he lying, though?
He doesn't think he's lying.
He wasn't lying.
Yeah. He was still dishonest, though. Like, he was very dishonest in that discussion, and that's the thing that irritated me the most.
He didn't do it on purpose. If he self-contradicted,
you can be dishonest without it being on purpose. Lying implies intent. I'm not talking about lying, but he was very intellectually dishonest in that discussion. And people who are intellectually dishonest oftentimes don't understand the very thing they're talking about. And that's what pushes them into the dishonesty. They get way too fucking far out of their league.
So you can be accidentally dishonest?
Yeah, dishonesty does not imply intent. At least intellectual dishonesty does not.
What's the difference in this case of being wrong and being dishonest?
I'm not saying that there is a difference. All I'm saying is that he was intellectually dishonest, and he was.
Mm-hmm. Do you think he just didn't understand it? Like what? Because I don't think he understand. Because when I asked him if the scientific explanation for evolution falsified God, I just don't think he understood my question, because his whole argument was
that
it did falsify God, because he kept bringing it up.
But you pointed out the contradiction in his thought over there. Like, okay, it falsifies it one way, but not the other. And that's a contradiction.
And he's been told that, though, a lot of times by other people. And he's never seen the contradiction before. And so just because Ozian pointed it out, he just is entrenched in the other way, right?
Yeah, but what did he do? He doubled down instead of, okay,
well, maybe he's never, well, wait, maybe he's never had an atheist actually argue with him to say, how many atheists go out there and say evolution does not falsify God? You are wrong.
I told him last week.
Well, true. You did. Yeah.
Yeah, and he had the same attitude towards me. But let's hand it over to Isa. Give us your initial thoughts on the debate.
So I actually agree with Dr. J. I actually went down that rabbit hole of evangelical Baptist Christianity. I've been to like an evangelical Baptist church, so I actually know all of this rhetoric really, really well. I've been to the Creation Museum right when the Ark encounter was being created. What I think is what Dr. J was saying. I don't think he finds it to be dishonest. He finds all in people there are Christians who do believe in science, and you heard what he said in the debate. He's like, they're deceived. They're deceived by these falsehoods because the atheist propaganda is so intense that even believers in Christ are being perverted by these distortions. So his point is, I think he has had conversations, and just like Dr. J said, he's entrenched. The thing is, evolution has to be false. All of these things have to be false for, Christ to be true. And yeah, all of these things are distortions, they're lies, they're satanic. That was kind of my understanding of looking at this. My problem with the debate was, I was like, why are we talking about this scientific language? This should have been more, in my opinion, if you're defending God, you should be taking something like a William Lane Craig position, where you're like, look, I'm going to use the Kalam cosmological argument. I'm going to use Anselm's argument. I'm going to use ontological arguments. This is the better way of arguing this. The philosophical positioning is better. This other position that where he was standing on was he's like, I'm going to attack scientism. I'm going to attack these atheist lies. But the problem is you have not established your position. So you've wasted your entire time deconstructing your opponent's position, but you have not established your position. So even if you're right and atheism's a lie, why should we trust Christianity? He never established that in the debate. And I'm like, that's a loss. If you're just fighting and attacking and you don't spend any time actually reifying and reinforcing your position, then I'm like, yeah, I mean, maybe you deconstructed atheism, but I don't know what Christianity is. I didn't get that from this debate.
All right, thank you so much. And Leo, give us your initial thoughts on the debate, and I will take a quick trip to the toilet, but I can still hear you guys.
So just the very first thing I want to say is the only wrong thing I heard Ozian say is that his mother is a transitional fossil. She's not even a fossil, so she's not transitional. But again, I was going to add to that you probably weren't really actually being that serious about that to begin with. But yeah, I think that what was his actual name? Charles or something like
Charles,
that?
Yeah.
Charles. Yeah, I think that he was quite intellectually dishonest in this discussion. I think at multiple times he took an uncharitable understanding of evolution when he talks about cells turning into giraffes and people coming from pond scum, and that's dishonest behavior. When you take the most uncharitable interpretation of something that you're arguing against to make it look as silly as possible, number one, that's usually because you don't actually understand it well enough to give a charitable definition or a charitable understanding of it, and number two, it's because you're more interested in winning than you are actually understanding anything. And those are dishonest ways of approaching a discussion. They're disingenuous, and disingenuity, not being genuine, not being upfront in a debate, is dishonesty. Whether you know it or not, whether you think it or not, whether you think that's what you're doing or not, it is dishonesty. So, I mean, a lot of his, quote unquote argumentation was really just a lot of this charitable misinterpretation, straw manning, as Ozian pointed out multiple times. And he really kind of just showed his ass in this discussion. Every time he'd make these uncharitable statements, he just revealed how ignorant he is of these subjects, how little he actually knows. And it came off more as projection of his ignorance on Ozian when he would say, well, Ozian you don't understand any of this, than him actually being capable of meaningfully showing that Ozian didn't understand anything. And the fact that Ozian was willing to say, hey, I'm not a professional in this, there are things I don't understand, shows what we would call honesty on Ozian's part, because he's being genuine and forthright with his understanding of the things that he's talking about in the discussion. And I have more to say, but Ozian, you sounded like you wanted to.
Well, I knew enough to know he was wrong, but I can't remember what I was going to say. I just want to point out that I can't remember now. I tried my best to get him to say, does this if this doesn't falsify God, Christian belief, then why are we even talking about it? And he wouldn't justify that position. Like, not once. Like, I found that, but it was his argument. His whole argument was that Christian evolution is true, your evolution is false, which is to say that scientific claim and evolution falsifies God, but he doesn't want to subject his God to falsification, so he doesn't want to say that. It seemed like he was hesitant to say that. But, and you know, he is right. I want to see this. And I got really passionate about talking about some people like communicators, like scientific communicators, reducing things to these absurd concepts because they're treating us like children. People like Aaron Ra, who'd say like evolution falsifies God. And then there are big voices out there sharing this stuff. And then people like him hear this, and it reinforces his belief that evolution theory is evil, is out there to hide God from everybody.
Mm-hmm. But and ask yourself, why do these particularly creationist theists always take the most uncharitable positions in atheism as representative of atheism? Again, it comes down to a desire to be right rather than understand anything. That's all they care about, is just being right over the atheists. They don't care what atheism is or anything.
It wasn't
Leo, you don't care about being right.
It wasn't
in a truth-seeking way, I think I do, but not in the way of like, just I'll reject whatever is common sense if it means that I'm right about something. Like
I remember now. I remember now, Leo, what I was going to say. My naturalism is not contingent upon the theory of evolution being true.
Same, right?
So it's like, that's why I was trying to argue, but his Christianity is contingent upon the theory of evolution being false. And I find that concerning, because crisis of faith is not a joking matter. Like, and people, they need therapy and they don't go get therapy. They can't afford it. They don't think they need it. They get angry. They go through the whole basis of loss, right? They get, what's loss, right? When you lose a loved one, when people lose their faith, it's like losing their mother. They go through the same type of states that you would go through if you lost like a parent.
Yeah, for me, it was literally like losing a best friend I had and known my literal entire life.
Mm-hmm. It makes me weak, dude.
Yeah, well, I can say, speaking on loss, for me, myself, I have lost way too many people to a very preventable thing. And I will say, yeah, it definitely does start to tear away at you. And that's why, I always recommend for people to go see somebody, and there are free options out there and stuff. And, and then that's the big thing, is like, people don't get the help they need because they feel like, well, I don't need it. And it's like, well, that's when you need it. Because if somebody's out there being like, oh, no, I know I need help 100%. It's kind of like, well, you might, but you seem to know that you need help. So, but still, people should go get help for when they're dealing with stuff. So, and willing to take criticism. That's the biggest thing. That's why I tell all my friends and everybody I know, if I say something wrong or something that I'm doing or anything, tell me the truth, even if it hurts my feelings. I need to know the truth.
Well, I don't want people to become an atheist because evolution is true. I don't want people to become an atheist because the Big Bang cosmology is true. I want people to become an atheist because their values don't align, like the fundamental things that they need to understand the world around them. And I talked about it a little bit. The principle of proportional causality, you can look it up. It's like morality must be like some necessary thing that exists emergent from God, or some type of mind being for me to exist with morality. So or principle of sufficient reason, there must be something that explains all existence, right? Stuff like that.
Sufficient reason for all contingent facts.
Yes. So those are value propositions. They are not like ontologically true. You don't have to accept them as true. I reject them.
I love it when I hear people say, "Oh, so you reject the metaphysical law of causality?" I'm like, causality is not a fucking metaphysical law, dude.
But
the
metaphysicians haven't figured that out,
at least.
I do accept causality is true as an axiomatical belief, but it's not justified.
Oh, I only accept it's true as a result of my inductive experience of it. If I hadn't inductively experienced causality, I wouldn't think it's true. I also don't think that causality is, well, I think that we can talk about the metaphysics of causality, but I don't think causality is itself like a metaphysical thing in the sense that you can understand causality, like sans space-time and all that stuff, because well, that's what causality is. It's about space-time and the things inside of it. So
yeah, that is what Richard Carrier rebuttal to the Kalam cosmological argument is that you cannot have causality outside of space-time. So you couldn't have God being the first cause for that.
I reject that. Let me readdress this really quick from Brian Mantle. They say I went through the stages of grief, but it took years as opposed to a month or so. And I think there is a very big issue with that, because when you become an atheist and the people surrounding you, the atheists surrounding you don't recognize that the person you lost to you was a real person in your life that really existed. So they dismissed your grief as being irrational. Not all atheists do this. I think atheists' experience is pretty good about the recovering from religion, stuff like that, when they teach that. But there are a lot of atheists that call this like Sky Daddy. They dismiss it as this like, oh, it's like believing in Santa Claus. We are grieving over like not believing in Santa Claus anymore. By golly, yes, I cried when I first didn't get a Christmas present from Santa Claus.
I was pissed.
I cried. Anyways, but go ahead, Batman. I just want to. So we should recognize the fact that this is real grief. It should be treated as real grief. We shouldn't be dismissing it as if it's just hallucinations or delusions or something like that. We should be treating it as a legitimate issue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before we go into the next section, talking about the openings and stuff, I want to read some messages that I saved throughout the whole course of the debate. The first one is a super chat from Orange Rob 5A. I think that must be Australian dollars. Ocean, your opponent's belief in his own religion was so fragile that he couldn't allow evolution to exist for Christianity to be true. And I would tend to agree with that. And
well, I think he said, in your debate with him, he said that he used to be a theistic evolutionist. So I don't know.
But I don't believe. The problem is that he lied with me, and I caught him in a couple of lies in your debate that I can't trust anything he says now. That's what happens when people lie to me. That's a problem, and it gets me irritated. And the thing that gets me going back to, I'm going to give my opinion before we go into the messages because I didn't give it. Dr. J, the thing that gets me like the most mad is when people lie to me, and on top of that, the arrogance, just saying to us like, and he also said to me like, yo, you don't know what you're talking about, and then goes on to say stuff that I know is factually incorrect. That gets my blood boiling, because try to talk about epistemic humility. open the chance that you are probably not right about this. And when Oz talked about knowledge, and he said, well, in the age of knowledge, you can do anything. Yes, but there's prerequisite knowledge for accessing the next level. So in order to do evolutionary biology, you have to understand like regular biology. You can't go into evolutionary biology when you're basically denying anaerobic bacteria and denying just simple basic facts about biology that you are not aware. And that is what gets me like angry when people do that. But going back to the whole beginning of the debate, our good friend who done it, water H2O can solve mazes. Does water have a mind now? And this is going to the misunderstanding of the of the slime mold. We had a bunch of laughs about that.
I looked it up. I read it right there, like where they said these are in analogous systems and stuff like that. So he watched YouTube videos and became an expert, though.
Yeah, pretty much. Captain Flips says he's clearly on board with evolution, but his beliefs force him to deny it. That the problem is that he ends up agreeing with evolution whilst saying it's false. It's so ridiculous and intellectually dishonest. Yes, it gets you in a really weird position that I've never heard the term before today, biblical evolution. I've never heard that ever before today. How it's like, what is even biblical evolution?
Blood
is an oxygen. They're like, what? No, blood is not just that. It's part of the defensive system of the body. Like, blood is a very specific thing.
He said all creatures have blood. All species have blood. I was like, what about the slime mold?
He also said all life uses oxygen, which is completely false. The anaerobic bacteria that ferments silage that farmers feed to their animals is anaerobic bacteria. Maybe he just doesn't understand what that word means.
He probably doesn't.
Yeah, but that's the arrogance I was talking about. That just like saying stuff without even knowing that you ignore a whole bunch of other stuff.
I just think he's lost in his own rabbit hole. Is like, I think Dr. J's right a lot. Like he's been convinced. He believes like we're Satan. I'm Satan. But look, I hope people heard the passion I had arguing about Aaron Ra, arguing about these scientific communicators, arguing about these people. I wasn't attacking the Christians. Anyway.
No, you did very well in your performance. You stuck to the ideas. You responded to the points he was making. You didn't attack people. You didn't take discharitable or straw-manned understandings of things. And you did have passion in it. I get passionate too. I don't know why people are so quick to associate it with anger. But the one thing I'll notice is it's always the people that disagree with you. And I think there may be a connection there.
Mm-hmm.
I said Aaron Ra, didn't I? Whatever. It should be Aaron. His name's not Aaron anyways. It's something else, but he goes by Aaron.
Well, Aaron is actually the Hebrew name of Aaron, funny enough.
Well, Aaron is his legal name. His name legally is Aaron Ra. Literally, legally.
Captain Flip says, I love how this guy believes in Darwin, uses him as an all-knowing entity, but goes against all of Darwin's belief. Yes, this is
I thought
a very strange point, and Oz really got him on that. That a regular person understands evolution way better than Darwin did.
Can I say something about this?
More knowledge. Yeah, definitely. Go ahead.
So, in high school today in the United States, it's part of the core curriculum that you learn about Punnett squares in your biology class, which will be taken probably your sophomore or junior year. If you take an advanced biology course, maybe it's your senior year, whatever. This has to do with genetics. So every high schooler graduates high school with some basic understanding of genetics. Jesus fucking Christ. Darwin didn't even know about genetics at all. The very first paper from the P guy, I think. God, what was his fucking name? Mendel. Mendel,
yeah.
Gregor Mendel, I think, yeah. The paper was on almost said Einstein again. Darwin's desk, unread when he died. So he never knew about genetics. Every fucking high school student in the Western world or secondary school student knows about genetics. Yes, we know more than fucking Darwin did. Are you kidding me?
That was a funny argument. I tell flat earthers that I know more about modern physics than Einstein does, because guess what? Einstein didn't know about the strong and weak nuclear force.
Dr. J has to go, so before he leaves, I'm going to give him a final turn. Anything else we haven't covered or anything on your mind before you go?
No, Ozian, great job. I think you do a super good job on these kind of things. I mean, you really could have just ranted against him, or it could have just ground down to an absolute disaster. I mean, even him wanting to talk about evolution the whole time when he wouldn't say it would falsify Christianity, you could have just fought and never done anything. So I thought you did a valiant job of trying to at least get some kind of discussion going. So nice work. Always enjoy listening to you guys debate, and we'll talk to you later.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. J, and thanks. We value your opinion, and I understand that I got a bit heated, but like this just makes me angry. The people who argue in this way, but it's all good, and I try to keep it light and maybe PG-13. So I
wasn't angry.
Kind of stupid. No,
Max was angry.
I was angry. Like I spent half the day like face palming because I got mad. He got me really mad with the combination of this stuff and you being super charitable to him and him just hand waving everything you said away the same way he did with me. But yeah,
you're like me, Max. When people get dishonest, you're there. You're like, oh no, okay, you want to play this game? All right, we'll play this game.
And Oz kind of went there for a little bit.
I got upset because he kept on lying about my, like, I wasn't saying I was falsifying the Bible. I said I'm falsifying your argument that the Bible is a science book, not the Bible. Your argument. Anyway, sorry.
Just a handful of more messages. What gives us some information? Quote, begonia seed size 280, 842 micrometers long and 457 micrometers wide. I think your point in going into this is like, okay, you want to play this game? If you want to play this game, then your Bible is false because there's certainly way smaller seeds than the master seed.
And also,
his interpretation of the Bible is false.
Yeah, definitely.
Just for the audience's sake, I'm sure many people know this, but just in case anybody doesn't, a micrometer is 1/1,000,000th of a meter. So if something's 500 micrometers long, it's 500 millionths of a meter long, or it's 500, not 500 million, but 500 parts, 500 million parts of a meter long.
Yes.
That's actually not very long at all.
Thank you so much for explaining that exactly. Shifty Eyes gives us a cool message. Y'all don't act like Satan. Thank you, Shifty. We appreciate you. And you're one of the cool flat earthers. You don't get into the personal insults, and your support is truly valued here.
I almost did the flat earth argument about biblical cosmology.
Yeah.
Ocean, one comment that I think would have made it stronger is I wish you did do the presentation on the problem of evil, because you could have pushed him. The thing is, the problem was he agreed to a certain debate, then he did a different debate. And I'm like, that's fine if you're doing a different kind of debate. That's fine. His arguments, like if you're debating is, intellectual design versus, evolution or something. You know what I mean? Yeah. If that was the debate, then all his arguments would have made sense. But your position on looking at the problem of evil would have, I think, steered it in the right direction, because I like the whole debate. I was like, dude, he needs to be pushed. Like
I tried to move it back, but
the moderator needs to focus on that too. Where you have to say, yo, this debate's about God. It's not about intellectual design. If that's the debate, then it's supposed to be about intellectual. It's about intellectual design.
I would never take in the debate because I'm not an evolution. I understand evolution that well. I'll understand evolution well enough. There's people that do, and it's not an area. I would never argue that evolution falsifies God. I do not know why Christians are so insistent to use that argument.
It's not Christians, it's evangelical Baptist type Christians. Yeah. Mainline Christians don't care about this. Catholics don't care about this. You know, it's funny. There's a movie called Religulous by Bill Maher, and he goes to see this Catholic priest. And the Catholic priest is like this advanced scientist, you know? And he's like, well, what do you think about, like, you know, cosmology? And he's like, yeah, no problem. He's like, I'm a scientist. I'm a scientist and I'm a priest. So,
which you see a lot with the Catholics and then the Jesuits, which are themselves Catholics. Like George Lemaitre was a Jesuit priest. So what did he do? He's the one that initially formalized the hot Big Bang model.
Yes.
I know, and that
the conspiracy.
And that's why that is.
The Jesuits.
I actually didn't like. I grew up like I don't like this Big Bang cosmology model because it has a beginning. Like as a kid, I was like, this doesn't make sense. It must be like an infinite regress. I grew up as a child thinking like, and still today, it doesn't make sense. There was a beginning. There must be an infinite.
But was there? The hot Big Bang tells us nothing about whether the universe had a beginning. All it tells us is that very early, with respect to how far back we can see, the universe was in an extremely hot and extremely dense state from which it has evolved. Because we got to remember,
as a kid,
inflation precedes the Big Bang.
Yeah, I was taught about the singularity and all that bullshit as a kid, so we learned it wrong.
But that's how they were teaching the cosmology back then.
Yeah.
So I don't think it was until about sometime maybe in the 90s or maybe around the time inflation came around in the 80s that the notion of what's called initial cosmological singularity started to fall away. And a lot of cosmologists were just like, yeah, we don't know. Because, I mean, inflation gave us a lot of meat to work with on, you know, developing theoretical ideas on what could have existed prior, which we know inflation was prior to the Big Bang, but we don't know how far back inflation goes or what it looks like or anything like that.
I'll flip through my slides. I don't know. I should have just done what you guys said. If you want to see my slides, like at least I'll show them and people can pause and read them if they're interested.
Yeah, definitely.
So. Yeah, we'd love that.
Okay. Well, I'll read. It's only 8 minutes to go through it all. So wow, this thing's doing like closed caption up there. I'll just clear the slides really quick. It's like 8 minutes. Okay. Okay. So is Christianity true? This is my inductive and evidential problem of evil. Come on, go. Introduction. Welcome and purpose. Today we will examine whether the presence of evil and suffering in the world challenges the truth of Christianity. Key terms for this discussion: God is defined as maximally powerful, able to do all things that are logically possible, omniscient, which is all-knowing, and morally perfect. Natural disasters such as Hurricane Katrina, 2010 Haiti earthquake killing over 200,000 people, 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami killing approximately 230,000 people in 14 countries, are observations of evil. Natural evils actually, and animal suffering such as forest fires and starvation during droughts. Diseases and pandemics are natural evils. Children dying and suffering from cancer, millions dying from diseases such as bubonic plague, smallpox, and recently COVID-19. Parasitic infections such as the river blindness caused by worms that burrow into the eyes of children, leading to blindness. Then we got human evils, which are human atrocities, genocides, wars, systemic abuses that result in immense suffering and loss of innocent lives, such as World War II, World War I, Israeli-Palestinian conflict right now, the Russian-Ukraine conflict now, the Iraqi war, Afghanistan war, the Holocaust, 6 million Jewish people, etc., and the church child abuse scandal, which he had no address for, by the way. Moral evaluation, wrong-making characteristics. Get into some math sort of evaluation. How we evaluate it. These events involve intense suffering, pain, and death. which are clear wrong-making characteristics, and they lack right-making characteristics. There are no known right-making characteristics sufficient to balance out these wrongs. Known, not your presuppositions, not what you want it to be. The equiprobability principle means that unknown positive and right-making properties are just as likely as unknown negative wrong-making properties. So the mathematical evaluation, let's consider the known right-making properties, which will be WK, and known right-making properties would be RK. I said wrong-making and right-making. I misspoke. Sorry. Assume the existence of unknown properties, W and RU, where W and RU are equally probable. Mathematical evaluation, known anyways, I won't go over that. Given a specific case, if the known wrong-making is greater than the known right-making properties, the action is morally wrong based on what is known. When considering the unknown properties, the probability is half. So it cancels each other out. So you can't use that as a likelihood to determine what is morally wrong. So it doesn't really weigh against it. Reasoning, and this is induction reasoning, if specific cases of suffering are morally wrong due to the predominance of wrong-making properties, then it is likely true for all similar cases. Therefore, many actions and events in the world are morally wrong. Moral judgment, any action where wrong-making properties outweigh right-making ones, it is morally wrong. Conclusions on specific actions, allowing intense suffering is morally wrong. Such actions and events occur frequently in our world. Maximally powerful and omniscient capacity. A maximally powerful and omniscient being can prevent any logically possible action or event. Therefore, such a being could prevent all morally wrong actions. Conclusion about deity's actions, logical outcome. If a maximally powerful and omniscient being exists and allows morally wrong actions, then that being is not morally perfect. Moral perfection. A morally perfect being would not allow morally wrong actions. Therefore, if morally wrong actions exist, especially gratuitous actions, such as the Holocaust, then a morally perfect being does not exist. The free will defense. Some argue that God allows evil to prevent human free will, to preserve human free will, which is a greater good. But natural evils, such as natural disasters and diseases, are not the result of human free will. A maximally powerful God could prevent these without affecting human freedom. Human nature. God could have created humans with free will, but with a nature that does not desire to cause such suffering. Free will does not necessitate a desire to do evil. Implication for the deity, God's existence. Since God is divine, is maximally powerful, omniscient, and morally perfect being, and such a being would not allow morally wrong actions, the existence of evil suggests that God, as defined in Christianity, does not exist. Final conclusion. Given the presence of unjustifiable suffering and the logical implications, it is likely that a being fitting the traditional Christian definition of God does not exist. And this is an argument from Quentin Smith. I found in Emerson Green's video on animal suffering is overwhelming evidence against God. And this is a teleological argument. It's not a evidentiary argument. So, and he explains evil natural laws. Not so like evolution, like there must be evil natural law if God exists. Not long ago, I was sleeping in a cabin in the woods and was awoken in the middle of the night by the sounds of a struggle between two animals. Cries of terror and extreme agony rent the night, intermingled with the sounds of jaws snapping, bones, and flesh being torn from limbs. One animal was being savagely attacked, killed, and then devoured by another. A clear case of a horrible event in nature, a natural evil, has never been presented to me. It seemed to me self-evident that the natural law that animals must savagely kill and devour each other in order to survive was an evil natural law, and that obtaining of this law was sufficient evidence that, well, a morally perfect God does not exist, which is classical theism. And Quintus Smith, it was a philosopher. He passed away, I think, 7 years ago now. Great guy. You should check him out. He wrote a book with William Lane Craig, actually. And this is from Felipe Leon. This is a teleological evil argument, the kind of animal suffering. The problem of teleological evil differs from the problem of dysteleology in that while the latter appeals to poor design as evidence against a supremely intelligent designer, the former appeals to good design, in particular design that's well suited for causing suffering, as evidence against a benevolent supreme designer. To put it crudely, the problem of dysteleology is a problem of stupid design. Stupid word for stupid design. The problem of teleological evil is a problem of malevolent design. So the argument is either God is malevolent or stupid. More than 1 billion animals believed dead in Australian wildfires. And there's a koala bear that almost like their fur all burn up, suffering. Fortunately, that was one of the billion animals that survived. So if God exists, God created the world in such a way that there's natural evils that God caused this type of suffering. So under naturalism, it's all explainable, which is the point. So evolution just needs to reproduce or species die out. So it's all explainable under naturalism. Under theism, either God intends for natural evils to exist, human atrocities to exist, or God is stupid. Inductive and evidentiary nature of the argument. Inductive argument, this argument, my argument, not those other arguments, is inductive, meaning it draws general conclusions based on instances of observed suffering. Evidentiary basis, it is also evidentiary, relying on empirical evidence of suffering and the balance or imbalance of moral properties. In closing thoughts, this argument does not deny the existence of any higher power, but challenges the coexistence of a maximally powerful, omniscient, and morally perfect being with the observable suffering in the world, and invites us all to reflect on the nature of divinity and the problem of evil in the context of Christian doctrine. Thank you for your attention, and I'm open to any questions. Send super chats, and that's my argument. So I should.
It's good, but I don't think he could have engaged with any of it.
No, that would have gone so far over his head that the world's greatest team of astrophysicists with the world's most advanced fucking telescopes wouldn't be able to find it. I'm not even being funny. I wish you would have presented that though, because that was pretty good. There's only one flaw, and that's if the theist that's hearing it says, yeah, well, I don't accept that there are moral properties.
I think God isn't morally perfect.
God can be morally perfect without there being moral properties.
I got good for you. I did a poor job reading that. Anyways, how's that follow?
How's that? Well, why do you need moral properties for things to be good or evil? They could just be good or evil in terms of their alignment with God's nature, which some theists might say. Some theists might say God prescribes what's good and evil, but he doesn't do so through the assignment of properties to things.
Well, then we can never know what good or evil is.
I think we still can. Evil is just that which ought not to occur, all things considered, and good is that which ought to occur, all things considered.
Well, that's the point of the argument. So under their argument, we cannot know what good or evil is. Under my argument, I'm making the claim we can know what good or evil is. So if you're describing some unknown property, and you can't know if you can't know if there's some unknown good reason or unknown evil reason, then those two properties cancel out. It's sort of known. All we can go is based on what is known. If there's no right-making properties that we can appeal to describe the Holocaust, then the Holocaust is morally evil. and there's no argument to justify the Holocaust. So God should have at least prevented the natural evils around the Holocaust. If he can't intervene with free will, which I disagree with, and I think I justified my disagreement, God could have prevented the natural evils from causing the deaths within the camps, especially for his chosen people. He could have let the rest die, but at least see if the chosen.
You got to remember, though, the argument from evil is an internal critique. You argue it from the moral perspective of the Christian.
I got it. Well, I'm arguing against a perfectly good being. This would not work with Dr. J, because Dr. J denies God is morally perfect. So
but
you could
still run an evidentiary argument from evil, because he might not think God is morally perfect, but I bet you he'd think that God is good.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's just, okay, is he good enough that he would have prevented one less person from dying in the Holocaust?
Yeah.
And then you can go 2 less people, 3 less people, 100,000 less people, and then you can go to all of them. Why did he let any of them die? And run the argument that way. Yeah, I just like to give I like to run the logical argument from evil, because it's straightforward in how it shows that God cannot exist if he's morally perfect and all powerful, and yet there is evil in the world. I mean, and you can give it in premise conclusion. Premise 1, if there exists pro toto evils, then God does, or if God exists, then there exists no pro toto evils, or something that's evil, all things considered. That's what that means. There are pro toto evils, therefore God does not exist. And the 2 premises are not that hard to defend.
Yeah, I got the argument from the Holocaust from what's his name on X? Dang it! I have too many notifications on X. It might be Secular Outpost. I think it's Secular Outpost.
Okay, it's not Ben Watkins, is it? Because he posts a lot of prompts about stuff like this.
It's naturalistic atheism, the Holocaust. He doesn't have his name on his thing anymore. He didn't put his name on the thing. I get so many let me check my timeline. It'll be in my timeline. I blow up on Twitter, dude. I'm getting like 100,000 notifications a week.
Damn.
So it's like crazy. Anyways, I asked for an argument. And let's see, it was you'll know the guy when I tell you.
While you find it, let me read this couple of messages from Ashton Richards. He says, Holocaust denial used to be so uncommon it was a joke. Now people claim to actually believe that. And yes, and I encounter that a lot in the MDD.
Yeah, they're all Nazis.
Deniers don't claim nothing happened. They just pretend 60 and not 6 million people died. They were all evil anyhow. Yeah. There's a bunch of flavors when it comes to denying this, and more and more popping up that just have excuses, like random excuses for things. So yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Secular Outpost.
Yeah, okay.
You guys should check him out. If he's there's a lot of really smart atheists you should follow, not the atheist experience atheist. Yeah.
Look, I appreciate what like a lot of the new atheists do with the call-in shows and everything, but yeah. And I'm not saying this as like an insult or anything. I'm saying it because it's true. These guys, you're Matt Dillahunty is actually relatively adept with philosophy.
I like Matt,
throw him in there.
but he's good.
You're like Aaron Ra admits, like he will tell you he doesn't know anything. He does not do the philosophy stuff. There's people like like Godless Engineer who talks some of the philosophical stuff. Richard Carrier, they're both bad at it.
J Mike,
J Mike's good at philosophy. J Mike actually knows his shit. But there are a lot of the new atheists out there. They don't really understand the philosophy. These are the kind that will say, I don't believe evolution. I know evolution, because they don't know enough epistemology to know that knowledge is a subset of belief. And it really isn't to insult, but it's to show that there really are atheists out here who actually study the philosophy, on both sides. They know the philosophy underlying the formal arguments, and that's why they're so adept at being able to actually address them instead of just saying, oh yeah, but the Kalam commits a composition fallacy, so we can ignore that, which it doesn't.
That's when the disagreement that you have with Carrier, right?
I don't know. I don't know what Carrier's views on the Kalam.
I have a disagreement.
I don't listen or watch Richard Carrier because I think he's a fucking doofus.
That Lawrence Krauss is one of my biggest pet peeves, because he goes out there and say everything came from nothing, but he doesn't mean nothing. He means from a zero energy state, which is not nothing.
Yeah, he's also a doofus. I don't follow Lawrence Krauss either. Not a fan.
Come on. He might be good in the domain of science, but that is not even science, because science doesn't make a claim that we came from anything. Modern cosmology, the best we know, is from expansion. It doesn't make any claim about we came from nothing. Lawrence Krauss is just talking out of his ass about some theoretical physical claims.
I am so sorry, but we have to know that these are all prophets of atheism, right? Lawrence,
oh, God,
they're the prophets of atheism. These are the people you are following because they are your prophets from the atheists.
You know what I love? How we always hear Neil deGrasse Tyson thrown in there, even though he's actually not really a part of that. He's just a science communicator. He's not. Yeah. He's even said he doesn't talk about the religion stuff. He doesn't care to talk about that because it doesn't matter. He does science communication.
Brought it up once or twice, but
once or twice. But
we talked about it on the pre-show. He's a science communication. A science communicator, and so at that. He gets a lot of stuff wrong.
He does wrong.
He does an important job with his kind of bridge the gap between science and the regular people. But some of the stuff that he says, it's actually better not said. Like the whole idea of the Earth being pear-shaped, that's a statement to better not make. Because now all the flat earthers think that the Earth is actually pear-shaped and not an oblate sphere with a bulge.
They know better. They just use it as a straw man.
It still bothers.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it still bothers me that there are physicists out there that say, yeah, they mention superposition and say that's just when a particle can be in two places at once. And I'm just like, oh my God. Oh, please, please, God, please, if you're there, fix these motherfuckers, because that's not what it's ever meant.
Yeah, and I will say when it comes to Neil deGrasse saying the pear thing, I actually have heard him saying many other things after mentioning that being not exactly pear shaped, but because it more bulges at the equator, so kind of so the Earth isn't a perfect sphere.
Oblate spheroid.
Yeah,
it's nothing like a pear.
I know.
Like a pear. It's a bad analogy. It's really bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's more like an orange or like a.
Yeah. An orange, it's because the orange is exactly that. It's oblate. It's not. It's kind of smooshed at the top and.
It's the Earth. It has geometry. It's not a perfect sphere because it's under the effect of tidal forces. You can explain orbital mechanics using tidal forces without ever appealing to centripetal forces. There are, the formula you learn for mass attracts, like the law of gravity.
Mm-hmm.
There's
M2 over R squared. F equals G times M1 M2 over R squared.
Yeah. There's a differential formula where you can calculate the overall size of the mass, how it attracts the overall size of the other mass, and it's a differential equation. It's long. But that's how gravity actually works. It's not center of mass to center of mass. But we learned that in school. All these science communicators teach it because this is how Newton, we learn science history. And Newton conceptualizes as center of mass attracts center of mass, right? But we understand these concepts much better today. But these science communicators are still reduced. They treat us like we're dullards. Maybe we are dullards. Maybe we are.
Well, they
I
kind
will
of try
say,
to appeal to the lowest denominator in the lay people. That they're not meant for, I don't know, above average, let's say. That they try to bridge and communicate to a wide audience, so you have to kind of dumb things down.
But we could say that all mass attracts all of the mass. I am attracting this cup to me right now. It's just the attraction to the earth is more. Not only that, my little my little cell, my little atom right here is attracting my eyeball. You thought I was going to say my cup, right? You thought I was going to say my cup. No, it's attracting my eyeball. Yes, it's attracting. It's not only attracting the cup in my eyeball, it's attracting Alpha Centauri.
Yeah, but that's hard. That you had to take like a few moments to explain to me this why that holds, like why that is true. So the average person, the average American, or the average person in the world, they don't have the prerequisite knowledge to go through the arguments of why that is true.
We don't need.
And it takes 10 minutes to explain the whole thing.
10 minutes. But in school we reduce it to center of mass attracts center of mass, and the moon
that's just because they don't teach general relativity in high school. High schoolers do not have the mathematical and the physics maturity to learn general relativity. So we teach them Newton.
Well, Newton works too. Newton, you can teach that mass attracts all of the mass.
Yeah, like Messier 87 is technically attracting me right now. Of course, that force is so small that we don't have the technology to measure it, but it is in principle measurable.
Because gravity extends
infinitely.
Travels at the speed of light infinitely. So does electromagnetism.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it's all the photons.
But also,
assuming they do. Yeah, needs photons.
You develop the skill of abstract thinking like deep into high school as you're going into college.
I think you develop it in high school if you take advanced enough mathematics. And this is the thing. I think things like formal logic, mathematics, proofs-based or not, and philosophy, like actually doing philosophy, all the reading and which is going to force you to think, those three things are what best, they're not the only things that do it, but in my opinion, they are the three that best build that ability to really reason in an abstract way, to really sort of detach your thinking from being scenario specific to sort of, okay, what can I do with this notion now? Where else can I put it and see what happens? And I think that you really learn this if you do go into like proofs-based math, because that's intrinsically abstract. It's very disconnected from the real world.
Shifty Eyes is saying that he's a flat earther, but not a big electrostatics flat earther. Good, because Oz has done all the work. He has one 30-minute video and another 10-minute video explaining why like electrostatic gravity does not work like one little bit.
And yes, Tim, abstraction can be one hell of a drug. Oh my God.
Yes.
I'm not trying to say these concepts are easy, but
no, unfortunately, they're not.
But we could teach that all mass attracts all mass. We don't have to teach center of mass attracts center of mass, but we can teach that. Then we can teach, and this is a simplified formula that we can use to understand center of mass to center of mass. But in reality, gravity extends an infinite distance. Right, and test people on that knowledge. We don't have to teach them, like, and we can use Newtonian understanding. We don't have to teach them general relativity. We can. Go ahead.
No, go ahead and finish.
No, that's we don't have to use Newtonian's understanding that gravity doesn't travel at speed. We can combine concepts without teaching.
Newton's gravity is instantaneous.
Yeah, but we can teach it. Yeah. Well, we can use the formulas and still teach that it doesn't travel instantaneously.
Newton's gravity, yes. Newton thought gravity acted instantaneously. In his theory, gravity is instantaneous. We clearly know that's not the case.
Yeah, LIGOs.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the other thing that I think that they also need to do in schools, which has actually been proven to actually help people better, is to do more hands-on work than just writing and reading, because there's a lot of people, especially like me, it's harder for me to understand just reading some book, but by actually showing to me, like actually me doing some kind of experiment or something like that, I can understand it better. And that's the big flaw, I think, with school is in today's world, actually for quite some time, is that they got far away from more hands-on stuff and went more into just the writing and reading, which is a big problem, because like I ask people like that are older, and I ask them like, when you went to a science class, what happened? They're like, oh, we got to work with these kind of things, do that and this. And I'm like, wow, my science class, I went in there, they had all these tools sitting around me, but we like never really touched them. It was all just, either watching Bill Nye or writing or reading. I mean, Bill Nye was great because, I got a break from all the writing and reading, but it's not, I could watch it on my own time. So it's just.
We calculated on an inclined plane with a couple of like sort of kind of toy trucks, but from the physics lab, we calculate the downward acceleration of the little toy thing on the rails.
Yeah. Do you assume friction or not? Because it's great until you have to start assuming friction and air resistance, and then it's like, fuck.
No. It's an ideal kind of scenario, and we got very close to the value because it's like a polished rail, and the little truck has very like good ball bearings.
Did you say Polish rail?
Yes.
Max, those are called polish. I thought you said Polish. I was going to say, Max, those are called sausages.
I do want to answer this question when you're done, though.
Okay, yeah.
So he's asking if gravity travels at this average speed of light or upper limit speed of light. I think it travels at the.
There's just one speed of light, and that's the speed of light, and that's what gravity travels at.
And then EMF is light, so electromagnetism is light. So
yeah. Like if I took this is one way I like to explain it to people. If I took an electron, I started shaking it around like this, there's going to be light given off because I'm moving it through the electromagnetic field. Because it has an electric charge, it will intrinsically interact with the electromagnetic field, and I can move it through that, at which point it will give off energy in the form of photons.
Leo, the new beard looks really good on you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I was going to mention that too, but I don't want to be.
Oh, were you?
No. I thought about that. I just want to see, talking about education, I think what we do a big disservice to with children is we don't teach them how to learn. We don't teach them how to actually do research. People think research is just like listening to a YouTube video, or like research is actually like an actual vocation. People actually hire people that specialize in doing research, legal research, physics research, different academic fields, where you go find the citations and sources to understand different concepts. It's not looking stuff up on YouTube.
I will say YouTube could be good but only if the people that are actually saying this information actually posted their information that they got in the description. So then
That's not my point, though.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just going to say it would be nice if they did that. So
my point is that we don't teach this in grade school, in middle school, in high school. And my point isn't just how to learn how to research. My point is how to study, how to take notes, how to what material you should read, how to study for the exams. There are courses that people pay for and send their kids to outside of school so they get better grades in school. Why aren't we teaching this stuff, like teaching philosophy? And imagine if you took like one semester a year, and then once they're done with high school, they have the skill set to be able to learn any topic in the world they want to. They can just go take free open source courses. Why go to a university? If you know how to learn, you know how to buy the textbooks, you know how to understand the topics, you can learn a lot of this stuff on your own.
Yeah, but like somebody who did that with physics is never going to get hired at CERN
because of the way
they don't
do
have the
things
degree.
Today.
Well, but I think that that's legitimate though, because even if you can demonstrate you have the knowledge, you don't have that certification where we know what you are capable of because another legitimate professional supervised you while actively doing research.
Wait, but in the US...
So I think certification to some degree is important at that level when you're dealing with, like, I don't want somebody operating all up in my mouth on my teeth when they learned dentistry on their own. I'm sorry, I don't.
You can have a certification method. You can have various certification methods and have a different path towards education. It's my only point.
I
think education is one of those things where I don't think it's necessarily a valid marketplace. I think we would find agreement that there might be arguments that education should be
not for profit.
Yeah, well,
absolutely.
And another thing that's wrong with education, just real quick, is the fact that they don't really teach you to critically think. You know, they don't teach you like real skills for the most part. It's more of meant to get you ready to go into the workforce.
Yeah.
You know, I get that that's important. You know, you do need to have those skills if you're going to go into something, but they don't encourage you. They don't, like, for instance, let's say somebody wants to be a farmer or they want to be a doctor or something like that. We need to cater stuff more to what the people actually want to do, so that when they do get to a certain point, they actually still want to pursue that. Because, like, I remember as a kid, they're like, what do you want to be when you grow up? I gave them a bunch of lists, and then, you know, it's just like, well, I kind of gave up because it was like, I'm not learning anything that's going towards what I want to be when I grow up. So, you know, I think schools need to be more centralized to getting people where they want to be in life and what they actually want to do. And I think things might get better. But unfortunately, it's like I said, it's more catered to getting you ready for the workforce, you know, getting you ready to be that cog in the machine, so to speak.
Leo, in the US, you can't do it. But here, for example, you can go enroll in the University of the Republic, the public college, and you can just sit for the exams. You don't have to go to class.
I know that. And I think that some institutions in the US will let you do that. Maybe not with every exam for every course required for the degree, but usually for like some entry level stuff. So like if you were going to go in for physics, you might take, you know, the introduction to mechanics course that covers, you know, Newtonian, Lagrangian, and Hamiltonian mechanics. And test out of that. And then you can start in the more advanced classes early. And I think that that's a great thing. But I think that we should have ways for people who have self-taught to be capable of at least attempting to apply for certification in some way through some sort of like supervised testing and, you know, putting them in real world situations and things like that. And that if a legitimate expert passes them or a board of experts passes them, that they can actually act in the field as an expert and be an expert in that field. Because to me, I agree with Ozian in that the means to which you gain the knowledge is not really important. It's the knowledge that you gain. And if you gain the correct knowledge and you do know how to apply it, even if you didn't go to university, there should be ways for you to enter into the fields of academia and expertise nonetheless, I think.
Yeah, that's a really valid point. So we've been going for a while now. My voice is about to give out. Let's go around and I'll start with Oz. Let's go around, give our final thoughts, and we can wrap it up. Oz, any final thoughts?
I only wanted to say one thing to Dad is bored in the side chat. And that is, and this sort of relates to why you cannot exceed the speed of light. So the thing with space-time is, first off, it's space-time. Space-time. It's not space and time. Space-time. It's one thing, one manifold, 4 dimensions. And you are extended through it. And you can move through it. And when you do, the structure of space-time changes. This is not generally noticeable until you begin to reach large fractions of the speed of light, 20, 30, 40%. But when you do, what happens is the structure of space-time changes such that in the direction of your travel, lengths will contract to 0 and your clock does not tick. And this happens once you reach the speed of light. Lengths in the direction of your travel contract to 0 and your clock does not tick because that's the structure of space-time at the speed of light. I could explain that further, but we don't have time. So what this means is that at the speed of light, there is no more space-time for you to go faster into. And that's why you can't exceed the speed of light.
All right. That's a very good explanation. Thank you so much. So, Oz, final thoughts, and we'll be on our way because my voice is almost done.
Flat Earthers are mad at me on X again. Oh, wait, that's not new. Follow me on X. I get a lot of comments from Flat Earthers, the blue checkmark Flat Earthers. They don't like me very much. Anyways, next Wednesday, I have a debate on the moon landing with somebody who's not a Flat Earther.
Cool.
And not, hopefully, crazy.
Who is it?
We'll see what his argument is. I can't
who
imagine.
Is the person?
Oh, frog something or other. I posted it. Watch Frog Agent. He has a YouTube channel, Watch Frogs. I'll post a link to his YouTube channel. You can check it out. Sure. He has like 5,000 subs and 413 videos, and he gets 14 views. We do. I don't know why, but whatever. But anyways, so I'll be debating him next Wednesday. Tomorrow, I should talk to Dr. J. We're going to have a discussion between Dr. J and Flat Earth Jason on biblical cosmology, whether the Bible, whether the globe falsifies the Bible or not. Sort of the same type of argument I had today about evolution. Yeah. Dr. J is going to have with Jason tomorrow, because same thing I had with that Kate person, right? She's like saying abiogenesis would falsify God. So weird. Leo, you do atheist debates, right?
I do.
If you went into a serious debate and said that abiogenesis, evolution, and the globe falsify God, would anybody take you seriously?
I mean, amongst my friend group, no, they'd all laugh at me.
They'd laugh at you.
I'm not joking. They all just start laughing. Like, what?
They fucking stupid.
What the fuck? And I've seen that happen. I've been like with Detroit, well, Friction Philosophy, most people know him as, Jack Angstrike, Danny, like all those people in a room, and somebody says something, and everybody just, nobody even responds. All you hear is laughter. You just hear laughter.
Oh, it's like Darth Dawkins' evolution false. Like, you're an idiot, dude. You're an idiot. You say evolution. You say Darth Dawkins used to go by evolution false. Yeah. There's a whole story, whole mythos surrounding Darth Dawkins, including a name, but we won't go into that.
Duncan atheism.
And Jack, that Leo mentioned, like Jack is, let's just say Darth Dawkins is very paranoid about Jack and anybody who Jack follows Jack. Yeah. He's calling himself evolution false. So it's like such a stupid argument. You say evolution falsifies God, you're an idiot. You're just an idiot, Darth. I'm sorry. I didn't call that guy an idiot, but Darth an idiot.
Yes.
You blocked me.
And the one thing I'll save it for the end. So Billy, final thoughts before we wrap it up.
All right. Good job, Ozian, and evidence of God. A lot of bad evidence, and I didn't really enjoy listening to him. I don't think anybody did. A lot of people didn't really like it. So I mean, I'd rather listen to Gnostic beliefs than what I find that more interesting than his take on Christianity. And that's it. Thanks for again for doing the watch party. It was pretty fun.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was fun. We had a bunch of laughs about when the worms, we all pretty much exploded. So, Batman, final thoughts?
Not much to really say. Just more of, you did a good job, Ozian. Even though you're kind of dealing with somebody that was all over the place. But you're bound to get with that on modern day debates. It seems to happen a lot. I see it with a lot of debates. You got somebody that's extremely prepared and the other person kind of gets on the topic, but then kind of just walks away over here, about a mile down the road.
There.
Yeah. It's like, wait, where are you going? Yeah. It's like, here, let's guide you back to the topic here.
Like the guy who completely just passes his exit on the highway, doesn't even know it's fucking there.
Even though it's a big glowing sign saying, hey, turn right here. So, and then that's why I do wish, like that one debate we watched with him, where the moderator was, butting in too much. Now that's too far, but I do believe moderators should kind of like get on the person that's kind of getting off the topic, because it's like us, the audience, when we watch it, we're wanting to learn something, whether we agree or not with the person. We kind of want to really hear their point of the topic, but then when they kind of go off on something else, it's just kind of like wait, what am I learning here? I'm so confused. Like, I came here for this topic and now we're talking about slime molds for some odd reason. I don't know why we need to spend 20 minutes talking about this.
Because he said God was energy and energy was consciousness, and then he denied that E equal MC squared was equivalent to God. And then why was it an argument in the first place?
Yeah,
I'm so confused. I thought your argument was fly modes prove Christianity.
Yeah, and one of my predictions, which actually neither of them came true, but I was have tempted to hear him say I want you to disprove that God isn't real, because I hear that a lot from Christians I've debated, but he didn't say it, which I was
I didn't
shocked.
see what.
No, I was shocked that he didn't say to you, I want you to prove that God doesn't exist, because I hear that a lot from Christians I've debated. So.
It wasn't the debate topic, so
well, I know, but I anytime I talk about anything about Christianity to Christians, they usually end up bringing that up, but again, I didn't really know the guy, so I didn't know where he was going to go with things, but overall, I'm hoping your next debate, is a little bit more on the topic and kind of not going all over the place. So.
Well, at least he's not a flat earther, so it should stick on the moon. It should stick on the historical claim. Hopefully he doesn't deny physics and don't have to explain how we get through the Van Allen belts. And
yeah, well, I will say the debate we had with Max, I'm not too sure if he's not a flat earther or not. I'm still kind of, because at certain parts when Max was debating him and stuff, I felt like he was about ready to say aliens, aliens did this, aliens did that, because he was getting there. He was
in the pre-show, he said he found before we went on stage, he said he found Witt's arguments very compelling.
Oh my!
Oh, see, that's what I'm saying.
Why is it always
I'm not
Witt's
sure.
arguments when he doesn't really have arguments? Also,
because people who are not smart think that Witted has anything to say at all. That's a problem.
Also, when
you say big words, you sound smart.
When a Christian tells you prove that God doesn't exist, that's your cue to present the logical argument from evil, which does exactly that.
Yeah. Isa, final thoughts. Maybe Isa's not here anymore, so let's jump. There. Yeah, sorry.
What's up?
I'm anxious. Final thoughts before we wrap it up.
Sure. Okay. I wish the debate was about Christianity. wish the debate was focused on God, and that was what I was hoping to hear a conversation about. I just don't really understand these weird debates about, I don't know what to call it, science talk and religion. It's just utterly ridiculous. I keep seeing it over and over again, this science talk where people are pretending to be scientists. They're masquerading as scientists and trying to sound as experts in science. They're not experts in science, but they've learned how to sound like it. But they don't look like it. And they don't, and the point is, when you ask for evidence, you're not going to get a peer-reviewed article. You're not going to get a journal. You're not going to get anything like that. What you're going to get is you're going to get Darwin said. You're going to get some famous person from a long time ago that is used as a straw man to straw man scientific thinking and scientific understanding to propagate this other narrative. Does this narrative actually prove that religion is true, or particularly Christianity is true, and science is false? No. So basically, it's a waste of time for everyone, because this whole expedition gets us not to the goal. All it does is it creates a straw man of scientific endeavors. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of thinking. But, I guess it helps people sleep at night.
Thank you so much, Isa. Leo, you're muted.
I was just going to say, because Isa brought up a point that they'll talk about what Darwin said and then they'll cite somebody from the 50s, and they do this all the fucking time. But the minute you bring up the consensus, oh, but it's appeal to authority. Like, how fucking dumb do you have to be to not see the problem?
I called it correctly. He was committing the appeal to authority fallacy, because that, believe it or not, Darwin is not the authority on evolution. Einstein is not the authority on general relativity. He is not. He wasn't even the authority when he published the paper. Almost immediately, other people understood it better than Einstein.
And Einstein said as much.
Yeah. Leo, final thoughts. Go ahead.
I mean, yeah, Ozian did well for handling somebody who was just dishonest the whole fucking discussion. I was kind of getting like irritated listening to this. Like, how the fuck? Oh God, which happens when I listen to people who like these people are dishonest. I'd love to interact with the guy. I think that'd be a fucking hoot. But other
who
than that,
understands evolution should debate him.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have sustained a discussion on evolution if I would have gone hard into the dumb shit he said about physics. That's what I would have done. Yes. So, and also some of the stuff he said about morality. That you have to have God to have objective morality. Well, no, you don't. Number one, but number two, objective morality is incoherent anyway. So, I mean, that's probably the biggest argument. That's fine. I don't care. I mean, most philosophers are going to disagree with that, but that's because they're caught up in a tradition and aren't really interested in trying to go outside of that, which happens a lot in philosophy. Like in philosophy of mind, even certain physicalists still assume a dualist nature to the mind. Yeah. Almost everybody in philosophy of mind still assumes some dual nature to it. That's the fucking problem. And I think that the same is done in moral philosophy. There are assumptions that aren't justified, that are just made by philosophers that pushes them towards moral realism. But I've always listened to these debates with the professionals who debate moral realism, because I'm like, okay, this PhD philosopher did the PhD thesis in moral philosophy. What have you got for me? You got to have a good argument. And they never do. It's the same. Well, there's just these properties that are there and we just know about them. And I'm like, what's the fucking argument for that? You just say it over and over again. There's no argument, and it pisses me off.
I don't think it matters, because I think we can know that the Holocaust was evil.
Well, but I think there are people who think they know that it wasn't evil.
Well, they're wrong.
According to who? Me. Just you? Yeah, that's just subjective morality. They're wrong to me as well.
But for example, both of you're both atheists and you both disagree on this proposition of morality. But you both of you have well-structured and sound arguments. You just have to take.
They're not sound.
Valid.
They're unfalsifiable. They're valid.
Valid. Okay, valid. That's what I meant. Sorry. So me, for example, I can just listen to either of you two or one after the other and just basically choose the one that resonates with me best. But you both are capable of discussing valid ideas with each other. So
well, the problem is I don't think that that moral realism is valid because I think it's incoherent. I don't think it means anything. I don't know what it means for a reason, something dependent on stances, to exist independently of stances. What?
But Oz can justify that, and he might think that your argument hold on. He might think that your argument has some kind of detail that makes it invalid. But me, as someone outside, I can basically take both of your arguments and choose the one that resonates with me best.
But is that necessarily
into the minutia?
But is that necessarily choosing the best one or the correct one, or is it just the one that jives with you best?
It's the one that jives with me best because I find them as an outside thing. I find them both valid and well structured. You might have, because you're both deeper into philosophy than I am. You might have discussions over the details with each other. But to me, as a layperson, when it comes to philosophy specifically, I can just choose. So I find them both valid. I can just choose the one that I like the best.
Can I ask you a quick question, Max?
Yeah, of course.
And I'm not trying to gotcha. This isn't going anywhere. I'm genuinely asking out of curiosity. Do you think that actions and behaviors can have moral properties? Like, do you think, say, the wrongness of the action of ape is a property of the action itself? Do you think that, or do you think that there are no such things as moral properties?
No, I think I'm more sided with us here. Like, okay. I am more of a. I'm more of a realist. Yes.
Yeah,
I think
it's more of an emergent property of like evolution. I think evolution developed moral properties as a way to keep species alive. So I do kind of share that. And we have MC Toon. Hello, MC Toon. How are you? Hate preacher Jonathan Shelley agreed with the Holocaust. Yes, he's a disgraceful human being. But I also see that your points, Leo. I do understand your.
But wished it had. Doesn't believe it happened. This is even worse. He doesn't believe the Holocaust. We shouldn't say this because we don't know what YouTube is going to do. That is disgustingly horrible.
Yes.
Hey, YouTube. The Holocaust happened, and it was extremely evil and bad. Regardless of what your moral framework is, it was really, really bad. It was bad. It was bad. The Holocaust was bad. It happened, and it was bad. It was evil, horrible, and that's
that being said. Hold on. That being said, the hate pastor whipped with its ass, and that was very fun to see.
Did he really? Did he do that good?
Yes, he did really well. Yes. He was so prepared for Witt's nonsense. So lately he's gone against people who he thinks he can walk all over, but they have backfired on him. Lord Lodge beat him up, and the hate pastor and the previous one, I don't remember who it was with. With Craig, FTFE. All his last debates have been messes. Going back to the after show for today, I think that Evidence of God makes claims. He has absolutely no evidence. That EMC squared, E equal MC squared, that is the biggest reification fallacy I have ever seen. And I've spoken personally with Witted. Witted has been here on this living room, and I've spoken with Witted, and that one is the biggest reification fallacy I have ever seen. And he doesn't really have an argument. And these people, Darth Dawkins, they are actually hurting Christianity. And I think our good friend, the one that debated, the one that debated Brenda, what's his name? It's escaping me now. Not Flatzoid, Dave. Yes, I think Dave, that this kind of argument, presuppositionalism, is hurting Christianity, and evolution doesn't falsify God, science doesn't falsify God. These are different things. I went over all of the details in my debate with him, but he just refuses to understand or even consider a position that's not his own.
You want to know what's funny?
So, yes.
E equals mc squared isn't even technically the actual equation. It's a simplification. The actual equation, if my memory serves me correctly, is e squared minus pc squared equals mc squared squared.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. All right, tomorrow we have Dr. J, and I thought it was going to be a debate, but it's more like a discussion. I thought we were going to get like a fight for the title of Supreme J of Matters Now, but guess not. So good luck to Dr. J. I think he's going to do really well. I do like Dr. J's argumentation. And what do
Jason was a nice guy too, so I think it'll be a decent debate or discussion.
Yeah. We had yesterday interviewed Will Duffy. So if you haven't seen that, now you can go and check that out. It was a very good interview. I really like Will Duffy. He seems like an honest person, and his reasoning behind the final experiment is a good one. But sadly it's looking more and more like the flat earthers don't want to actually settle this debate. They are more comfortable in keeping the flat earth movement going rather than actually finding the truth, which is
that's how they make their money.
Yeah, well, I will say, and I've been saying this for some time, I think even if we sent flat earthers into space to see the shape of the earth, they'd still say it's not round.
But you guys just put me in a machine that makes me think that you took me into space so that I could see the shape. The ice is all fake.
The windows were screens, and the sun was the Chinese artificial. It was the sun.
Chinese. or the new theory is that the new telescope is a artificial sun projector. Because the actual sun is getting dimmer and they're using it. It's like, oh my goodness gracious. Like, okay.
Just really quick. All they have to do to be a participant on this list is one of those 24 people that he sent an email to. All they have to do is interview Pastor Will Duffy, interview him, and they get a number here. Not commit to going. Interview, and we have one of those participants that agreed to. I don't think he's going, but he's interviewed Will Duffy, so you can check out that interview on his channel. So all these people have either interviewed or agreed to go to Antarctica, but so far these are all the flat earthers from the list that have agreed to go. Participant number 1. So I think that's just the default thing because they had to have one for their thing to work. Anyways, pretty pathetic. Flat earthers, listen, interview Will Duffy. Like he's a decent guy. I don't know what you're afraid of. Interview him. Talk to him.
They've never had anything at all.
They're scared of the truth.
Aragon, yes. 1 people from the globe and 1 people from the flat earth side get to go to Antarctica for free. They have to cover their trip all the way down to Chile, but that's pennies compared to what it would cost you to just pay for the Antarctica trip yourself.
It's $31,000 US to go from Chile. So if you want to pay for your own, it's like $31,000. But he's paying for 2 people out of pocket.
Yeah. So, all right. With that, thank you so much. Remember, do the social things. Like, share, subscribe. Send this to your significant other. Send this to your friend. Yo, subscribe to Matters Now in the corner of your house so you can spread the word about this channel. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here with us.
There's definitely nobody sleeping at Max's house.
No, I live alone. Yes. That's a good observation. And tomorrow we'll have that discussion between the Jays for the title of Supreme Overlord of the Jays in Matters Now. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It was an awesome watch party. Take care. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.